Super Twins is Christian Elkin, Kyle Cross, Damien Master, Hayden Clinton, Lee Osprey, Matthew Watson, Michael Clyde and Dave Liddy.
See Sean Leonard giving Hayden a wee handout this weekend. Lovely machine then, the Yamahas, aren't they? They're very well turned out.
Young Hayden, as saying earlier on, a young man that came out through the off-road and motocross and grass track.
These conditions will suit him well then.
It should be well able for it. So again, paddock, when the grids are quiet, you've been advised by the clerk of the course to make sure that you check your grid positions. He doesn't want a recurrence of what happened here on Easter Monday, that riders were turning up for their grids and holding up everything, and they had to get an extra practice lap. So lap times from race 1 will form the grid for race 2. So please remember that. So we have 3 races before lunch. The lightweight and Motor 3 are after the twins, and then we have the pre-73 Classic, their first race. Hergen, of course, watching his time. So the klaxon, and he's just sounded the klaxon.
So the machine's just taking the tire warmers off. Again, you'll be thinking a maximum 15-20 minutes for these tire warmers, unlike the slicks where you've a minimum of 45 minutes on their tire warmers. But once this race starts, they'll soon heat up, Jack.
Oh yes, all the trolleys all laden with little jennies and keep everything running right. So Christian Elkin ready to go.
You can see Kyle Cross having an issue there with his front stand. I think they can be awkward. Them you near have to fold them up to to take them out and drop them. And
got a bit frustrated. He just dumped her on the ground.
Here we go then. Stephen McKeown. Good to see Stephen McKeown back out. He was another one, took a bit of a sabbatical. And he used to race what would have been the classic superbikes. I think he had an SP1 as well. Steve McKeown raced these.
It was good to see Michael out last night on the SP2.
Oh, lovely.
Wasn't it? It looked really, really well. But anyway, back to the shop floor. So 1 + 8. So again, when the paddock is quiet, guys, don't forget that. Make sure you check your grid positions. And the second course wants to ensure smooth running of the day's event.
What's your bed names? Choose again, then. All right. You did, yeah.
So the way the grids are split, they're a mix of the production twins and the super twins. So on the front row, they're all 4 super twins: Elkin, Kyle Cross, Damien Master and Hayden Clinton. So Stephen McKeown there, 49 in the second row, production twin. Alexander Road also there, and Lee Osprey. So shortly we'll be under starters for race 1 on the Big 3 Series for the President's Cup, kindly sponsored by Charles Hurst Motorcycle Centre.
So they're just waiting for the green flag to be waved at the back.
Watch the lights. Away they go. Oh, and it's Steve McMaster and the Elkin.
Christian Elkin just struggling to keep the front end of that Aprilia down, and he's cut the nose from Dean McMaster there through turn 1, so Elke whiffed the whole shot. McMaster's now going backwards through Colonials 1 and 2, so it looks like McMaster has been demoted to 3rd place at the start of this race. 3 Fishermans then. Keep a close eye on them accident. It's still Elke as the tip end of the
Dean
chicane.
McMaster second, is it?
It is indeed the green plate on the front of that machine. McMaster and Kyle Cross, by the looks of it, just in behind. It is indeed. So Kyle Cross,
Hayden Clinton.
not for long. Kyle Cross up into 2nd place using the slipstream, and Hayden Clinton followed him into the hairpin. Hayden Clinton trying to get that machine stopped, but he runs wide and he drops back down to 4th place. So Dean McMaster back up into 3rd.
Oh, look at Elkin already, but Clinton comes up the inside of Dean McMaster. He weaves across.
Nothing wrong with the speed of that Yamaha. He got good drive out of the hairpin.
So it is Elkin, but by 1.335 from Kyle Cross. 3rd is Hayden Clinton, 0.2 behind Kyle Cross. Then Dean McMaster, 0.026 behind Hayden Clinton. So really the battle, Garrett, at the minute is between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Alexander Road in 5th. He's 5 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, Christian Elkin has pulled the pin early doors in this race. He doesn't want to get caught up with any battles in behind him, so he's trying to get away with a good clear road in behind him. Kyle Cross bringing Hayden Clinton. What a ride for Hayden Clinton. Hayden Clinton trying on the brakes again into the hairpin, but he thinks better of it this time. He doesn't want to make the same mistake from previous laps. And it's all about getting the drive down this long straight and just rolling the throttle through deaders on these 650 machines.
So Kyle Cross on the Aprilia. And Hayden Clinton on the new R7. So Elkin 102.714, Cross 103.7, Hayden Clinton 103.6.
I can see Kyle Cross getting down to 102s here today, possibly in this race. If Cross and Clinton just start to work together, they might be able to reel Elke in a wee bit, but I don't think they'll be able to do anything at the end of the race. Kyle Cross well tucked in behind that Circle K Aprilia.
So Alexander Owen leading the production twin from Stephen McKeown in 2nd place, and 3rd is Oisin Walsh, 4th is Kyle Martin, 5th is David Scott, and 6th is Dara Vint.
Elke across the line then, faster again there for Elke, a 102.1. Kyle Cross a 103.1, and Hayden Clinton starting to slow up a wee bit. He might have, still pretty consistent there, but he might have hit a wall with that one. A 103.1 from Kyle Cross. I can see him getting down to the 102s. He just needs to get that machine off the line. He got caught up at the start of the race with Clinton and McMaster.
Gap between Cross and Clinton, 0.7 of a second gone out. A fraction there, but still leading the production twins. Alexander Owen, he's in 5th. Stephen McKeown is in 6th. And then in 3rd place in the production twins, Oisin Walsh in 9th overall.
Alexander Rowan doing very well there, up in 5th place, and of course leading that production class. But coming back out onto the start and finish straight here any second now.
Kyle Cross has definitely pulled the gap on Hayden Clinton.
Hayden Clinton, he's really good on the brakes, but he's nearly too good on the brakes. He's leaving it far too late, and he's losing the drive, and you need drive here. There's a big long straight behind us here, and you only roll the throttle really through deaders in one of these machines, so you need as much drive as you can get, and if you outbrake yourself, you lose everything.
He's actually lost in that lap alone nearly a half a second. He's out from 0.7 to 1.2. So Cross has kind of stamped his authority on 2nd place, but they're nearly 5 seconds behind Elkin. And Elkin now 2 turns to the back straight.
Already. A big long look over his shoulder. You'll be looking a long time, Elke, because it's a long way back to Kyle Cross. But what a result that'll be for Kyle Cross, second place. Back after a couple of years out, a 103.0 is his best. Again, still getting quicker. Elke a 102.1, starting to settle himself maybe in this one. All he has to do is maintain that gap. He doesn't want to make any mistakes.
So now the gap between Cross is to Clinton is 2.0. Kyle Cross now 5.6 behind Elkin.
Oh, Alexander Owen a bit wide on the exit of the hairpin there.
Then his best lap there that time, Garrett, 106.460 for Alexander Rowan. Steve McKeown is in second in the production twins. Oisin Walsh is in third.
Steve McKeown in that second place. He's a further 3.3 seconds back on Alexander Rowan. So if Alex Rowan, he can just again maintain that back to Stephen McKeown, I'm sure he'll be getting a pit board just to let him know.
So Christian Elkin comes out of the hairpin.
Already coming up the lap. That looks like that's Darvent and perhaps Davy Chambers there. A new paint job this weekend for Davy Chambers.
And now the gap between Elkin and Cross is 6.0. Hayden Clinton now is 3.2, nearly 3.3 seconds behind Kyle Cross. So we wait now for Alexander Rowan, number 65, and he goes bang on cue.
And he looks like he's pulled that gap even further from Stephen McKeown then. And he has indeed. It's up to 4.5 seconds now. Lee Osprey's going to be in trouble very soon. He's just got past that Michael Clyde then. So not the best of starts there for Lee Osprey. But he's back up into 7th place.
So riders in the lightweight and Moto 3, please, the assembly area. Lightweight and Moto 3. That's why 6 laps gone of this 10-lapper.
There we go, Elke across the line once again. The gap has opened up and Davy Chambers is about to get another fright here in the shape of Kyle Cross. Oh, Kyle was thinking about going up the inside, but he's just had to hold it off that wee bit. But
Self-preservation.
Self-preservation. He's a safe second place there at the minute. Hayden Clinton 4.1 seconds back. Kyle Cross a further 6.4 seconds back on Christian Elkin.
And even with the slower riders Garrett in front of him, I can't really see much. Elke has too much experience to really lose anything.
No, Elke he'll know exactly where to get them, and he's got that experience, as you say, Jack.
Yeah. There's Kyle Cross.
Oh, Hayden Clinton's dropped way back now.
Got by the slower rider there, but it's.
So Elke away through again. 103.4 that time. He has got some traffic, but again, he doesn't have to do anything. You win the race at the slowest pace.
That's correct. So the last lap flag will be going out the next time round. That's 8 of the 10 laps gone. So we watch now for Alexander Rowan, number 65, leading the production twins, and here he comes bang on cue.
It's a lonely race there for Alexander Rowan, but it's points in the bag, and that's exactly what he needs. So another call for the lightweight and Moto 3 machines to the holding area, please. That's the lightweight and Moto 3 machines to the holding area, please. So Kyle Cross again. He'll be happy with that second place, but I reckon if he was able to get the start that he needed, and if he wasn't caught up with the other riders, he could have very well been up the pointy end there with Christian Elkin. Although his times are slightly slower, it's when you're following someone, they bring you along, and he could have been in with a chance. David Chambers away through once again.
So not watching the last lap. Flag out.
We're just looking there. It might have been, should have been the last lap, was it? Maybe.
Yes, it should have been. There's 9. That's 9 completed.
Yeah. So Christian Alkin will be coming round here. He should be getting the checker flag this time round. And Steve McCune going through. Here he is. No, it's not. Similar colours, but it is the checker flag being readied here. That's it this time. So Christian Alkin across the line then. On the Bell Bike Sport BMW racing machine, taking the win. Kyle Cross in second place. Wait for Hayden Clinton then. Hayden Clinton, not sure what happened, but he'll be happy with a podium finish. Dean McMaster across the line in fourth.
So that win now will put Christian Elkin back to the top of the championship, the President's Cup, by 1 point from Dean McMaster. So Christian, Christian is the reigning champion of this class anyway, Garrett.
Yeah, it's still anybody's championship.
Oh, still here. Well, the sub championship anyway.
But the club championship indeed. If Christian can clinch it again, he'll be a happy man. So the lightweight and Moto 3 machines, I think the majority of them are in the holding area and all, as the Super Twins and Production Twins make their way back to the paddock. If the remainder of the lightweight and Moto 3 machines can make their way to the holding area, please. But a great win there from Christian Alkin, a 101.8. Kyle Cross second, a 102.7. Hayden Clinton in third with a 103.6. Dean McMaster fourth, a 104.1. Alexander Rowan winning the Production Twins, a 106.4. Lee Osprey sixth, Super Twins, a 106.3. Stephen McCune second, the Production Twins, a 107.3. He's seventh on the road. Eighth on the road and sixth twin, Super Twin, Michael Clyde, a 107.5. Then we have Ocean Walsh, third of the Production Twins, a 108.4. 10th on the road then Matthew Watson. Then we have Kyle Martin in 11th. He was fourth Production Twin. 12th was Dave Liddy. 13th David Scott. 14th Davy Chambers. And Darvin in 15th.
So the lightweight Super Sport and Moto 3, and the top 7 in the lightweight Super Sport, Ruben Chairman Boyd ahead of his brother Buster. Hubert Tomaswetsky was third, Bailey Dobson fourth, Dale Hyland fifth, Marley Brown sixth, and Johnny Parker in seventh. And in the Moto 3 it was Ciara Cahoon from William Graham, Matt Davison, Alfie Flynn and Kyle Parks. And it was really good qualifying up front, Garrett, between the Sherman Boyds, Ciara Cahoon and Tomaswetsky. Mm-hmm. It was back and forward through the whole session, so we should have technically a really close race today. Yeah,
it should be good, and the times are pretty close there too, so they've got a feel for the track, they've a feel for the bikes, and now they have to put all the excuses to the side.
Oh yes, leave them in the toolbox.
Leave them in the toolbox and do the business on the track. So the klaxon is sounded then, and that's Jamie Dixon, I think, on the JMC Racing Ducati, heading out for a wee tester. Ciara Cahoon stretching the legs there before she gets tucked in that Moto 3 machine.
A tall young lady for the small machine she is compared to some of the other riders in the class.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's why the 600 suits her really well, you know, but she can still motor in one of these Moto 3s.
Looking at some of the riders there, you know, we're talking about Lewis Mullen earlier on, young fella that's shot up. Jack Burrows, another young fella that's really shot up, and the smaller bikes that really got too big for them.
yeah. And they seem to do that as kids, you know yourself. Kids seem to shoot up during the summer, don't they? And all depending on what you're feeding them.
So this is an 8-lap race. As Johnny Parker gone out on the Parker Transport. Jerry Parker, a great supporter of road and short circuit racing.
Yeah, Johnny having a few issues this morning with his machine during qualifying. He was in and out, and he didn't get many laps done. I think he only got 3 laps or something done in his 300. But we'll see how he goes in the race. Now, I haven't seen Jerry this morning. Only seen Johnny in the lorry earlier on. But Ciara Cahoon needs to pedal that machine as much as she can off the line, and she'll have an advantage anyway off the line. She can drop the clutch a wee bit earlier, and them long legs get a good run at it.
Wasn't Andy Mack down there for the Easter Monday meeting, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Was, yeah. So the riders come back into view. Ciara Cahoon looks like she's lining up on the near side here in pole. So the two classes being split into one split. So also on the front row is William Graham. 80 is Matt Davison. 44 is Alfie Flynn. 6 is Kyle Parks. Then in the lightweight super sport, there's Sherman Boyd Rubin, Sherman Boyd Buster, Thomas Resky, Bailey Dobson, all on the front row. In the second row, Dale Hyland. Watch the flag and away they go. Oh, Ciara Cahoon gets a terrible start, but it's Matt Davison straight out of the block. What a hold shot there from Matt Davison. Ciara Cahoon just struggled, Gareth, as you said.
He's not hanging about, Matt Davison. Here we go, the 300s then, away they go. Oh, on the limiter. So the lightweight super sport machines are a go. It's Ruben Sherman Boyd. Yeah. Got the whole shot in that one.
I think ahead of Bailey Dobson, but it's definitely Sherman Boyd. So into the chicane they come, lap 1 of 8.
Again, just sort of, they'll still be going through a wee bit gingerly here on this first lap, because it's the first time in anger that they've been through that chicane. But look at William Graham. William Graham in the slipstream.
And he passed Matt Davison.
Oh, he came from miles back. Can he get it stopped? He tucks it in and disappear behind the building. He has indeed. So through the herb, back out on the start and finish straight. It's William Graham in the lead. This one, Matt Davison in second place. Alfie Flynn and Ciara Cahoon. What a breaking manoeuvre that was. He came from Portavogie to get stopped there.
So we watch the lightweight super sport. And it's Ruben Sherman Boyd from Thomas Resky. Buster Sherman Boyd in third. Then we have Bailey Dobson, Dale Hyland, Marty Brown. Oh, poor Johnny Parker. Is he in trouble again?
Yeah, there's no sign of Johnny. Or there, no, he didn't go through there, did he? I've never seen him.
So the next race on the schedule is the pre-73 Classics Place to the assembly area.
The machines, the Moto 3 machines heading back up behind us here now. It looks like Matt Davison is in trouble because it's William Graham in the lead. Alfie Flynn has now got past Matt Davison for second place, and Ciara Cahoon's in the hunt this time, so maybe that machine might be slowing as the Supersport 400 machines make their way through the chicane. But down onto the start and finish then, it's William Graham, Alfie Flynn, Matt Davison and Ciara Cahoon. William Graham in the fastest lap so far, a 107.3, Alfie Flynn a 107.4. Here comes the lightweight machines.
And it's still Ruben Sherman Boyd. Ruben Sherman Boyd actually, overall he's the leader, 107.662. William Graham 107.377. In second place in the lightweight super sport is Thomas Resky. He's in fourth overall. Then Buster Sherman Boyd is in third.
great lap time there from William Graham, a 107.3.
And it's very close.
Oh,
It's very, very close.
Alfie
Out the
Flynn
inside.
moves out of the slipstream. And I don't know, I'm not sure if he's able to get it stopped. William Graham is an absolute demon on the brakes. So they were side by side.
Kirkistown. Oh, Matt Davison goes wide. Kirkistown nips up the inside of him.
So Kirkistown. Oh, William Graham. Who just here. So no William Graham that time round. Alfie Flynn in the lead. Les a 106.9. Kirkistown a 108.6.
So rider off up there. You can see the bike being pushed back across the grass.
Yeah, I think it was maybe William Graham just off at the hairpin there. You can see just moving away. Kyle Parks away through there on that wee 125 Honda. So just hearing the rider is up and okay, which is always good to hear. So unfortunate there for William Graham. He was really on a charge, just too much of that right hand squeezing that front brake. But Alfie Flynn in the lead, Moto 3 then, a 106.9. Hubert Tomaszewski.
We actually missed Johnny Parker there, and in the lightweight super sport, he actually is in sixth place in the lightweight super sport. But it's Alfie Flynn leading the pack in the Moto 3 from Kirkistown and Matt Davison.
Yeah, Matt Davison, a real good start to this race, but unfortunately it hasn't worked out for him. But he's been handed second place at the minute.
Kirkistown is missing as well.
Unfortunately. So Kirkistown, no sign of her as Ruben Sherman Boyd comes past the start and finish there. Matt Davison way through. Billy Dobson, he's fourth of the lightweight supersport at the minute, up into fifth place. So just here and there, unfortunately Kirkistown did slip off, but she is up and okay, which is great to hear. Dale Hyland away through, up into seventh place. Everyone's promoted a couple of positions the last couple of laps. Johnny Parker still holding on that sixth place in the lightweight supersport, 0.7 of a second back on Dale Hyland now, so he's just dropping off the pace ever so slightly. Ruben Sherman Boyd dominating this lightweight supersport class. So the classic machines making their way to the holding area, and the rest of the pre-73 classics, the remainder of you, please make your way to the holding area.
So Alfie Flynn goes through to complete 5 of the 8 laps. Matt Davison in a steady second. Sherman Boyd.
Ruben Sherman Boyd, lovely sounding bikes, them wee 400s, aren't they? Wee Kawasaki's.
Tomaszewski is 107.354. He's 4 seconds behind Ruben Sherman Boyd.
And his brother Buster,
Yeah.
in a good third place there. So it'd be nice to have the two brothers on the podium. Machine coming through, that's Marley Brown. So Marley Brown again, just looking for Kyle Parks. Not sure if I've seen Kyle going through. The number 6 machine, there's Alfie Flynn. So Alfie Flynn, slightly slower that time at 108.3 compared to his best at 106.9. But he doesn't have to do much more. There's Matt Davison coming, still holding on that second place. Ruben Sherman Boyd coming in behind him on that lightweight supersport. Ruben Sherman Boyd at 107.1. Hubert Tomaszewski second on the road at the minute and second in the lightweight supersport. A 107.3 from Hubert Tomaszewski. That's very impressive. If he was able to get away with Ruben Sherman Boyd at the start, he could have been battling with him for the win.
So the last lap flag being readied. As Kyle Parks goes through. And there I say it, Garrett, is starting to brighten up a little bit.
Yeah, it is. We don't want to scud it.
There I say it.
But absolutely. So fingers crossed, we're starting to see a dry line here at Kirkistown. We're not too far away from it, but looking down at Deaders there. There is signs of hope, should I say.
There's Alfie Flynn. He takes the last lap flag.
Alfie, very talented young rider.
108 that time for him. His best lap is 106.9.
A huge
Sherman
gap
Boyd.
back then. So Matt Davison, 12.7 seconds back on Alfie Flynn. Buster Sherman Boyd. Buster Sherman Boyd's up in the pace here,
Yeah.
but too little, too late perhaps. He's not. He's nearly a second behind Hubert Tomaszewski. I don't think he's going to be able to claw him in to take that second place. But that was a 107.3 for Buster Sherman Boyd.
Tomaszewski at 107.4. So
It would need to be a phenomenal
yes.
last lap, won't it, Jack?
I doubt it. He'll catch him there. Graham coming up the back straight. Alfie Flynn.
Yeah, Alfie Flynn then tipping into the hairpin for the last time on his Moto3 machine. Steady away again. The tyres have been really hot. They'll be starting to move about underneath them with these dry patches, but heading towards us here now and across the line. Alfie Flynn takes the win. The number 44 machine in the Moto3 class. We'll wait for Reuben Sherman Boyd then. Reuben Sherman Boyd across the line, winner of the lightweight supersport.
And that's Tomaszewski.
Buster Sherman Boyd. Buster Sherman Boyd, a 106.8 with the fastest lap of the race across the line, and he takes the last step of the podium, the lightweight supersport, third place.
Well, Tomaszewski at 106.9. Buster Sherman Boyd 106.8. Two very quick last laps.
Nothing in it there between the pair of them at all.
So Alfie Flynn takes the win in the Moto3. Matt Davis in second, and Kyle Parks in third. Unfortunately, we lost Ciara Cahoon and William Graham.
Great podium finish there for Kyle Parks. Great season for him as well so far at Kirkistown, and he'll be looking forward to Tonragee in a couple of weeks' time.
So the last race before the break. So folks in the paddock area, we generally appeal to you to try and get, if you're not out racing or involved in this last race, the Pre-73 Classic, to try and get your food in before the lunch break, which is after this, so to enable all the officials and marshals and first aid people to get their lunch break and to save them queuing, because those that are down at the furthest part of the course there at Colonials, it's not easy for them to get back up on time and to get their lunch break and get back out, so we'd appreciate your help on that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's good, I'm watching it there, yeah. Classic, again, 4 different groups, 4 different classes, 250, 350, 500 and open. I actually don't see Garrett any larger than 500 in this, so some of the normal larger classic machines are not out there. So Matt Davidson's cupboard is slithering bits. His wet cupboard.
it's been buffing about in the wind and
flapping in the wind.
He'll probably feel that on his back too. It's quite annoying. That's what they talked about this at the Northwest with
Bibs.
the bibs, the leathers being made in the bibs, and sometimes the riders, they must have very sensitive skin because they said they could feel the bib flapping on their back. I didn't feel anything like, but it was. It's more for the sponsors, I think, because they're putting a bib on and they're covering their sponsors and their leathers, so they make the bib into the leathers.
I noticed that. Well, I think was it Josh? No, a couple of years ago, someone came to the TT. Was it? I know Glenn Irwin had his leathers like that as well.
Yeah, I think it was Peter Hickman was the first to do it. He wrote for Ice Valley.
Yes.
Remember, he rode for Ice Valley at. He was a newcomer at the TT, but. There was a lot of questions asked about that, and there was a few people who weren't happy about it, because they had to wear a bib and he didn't, just technically. But things move on.
Say, he found a loophole.
He found a loophole.
Yes,
he did.
Yes.
He did. So the machine's coming up to line up on the grid in this order. Matt Davison, pole position from Malcolm Love. Kyle Parks in third. Fourth is Mark Johnson. And fifth lining up is Linton Irwin. Sixth, Brian Mateer. Seventh, Morris Hogg. Brian Harding will line up in eighth place. Ninth is George Stinson. 10th, Brendan Neeson. Andrew Dunn in 11th. 12th is Adam McKee. 13th, Phil Murphy. 14th, Peter Shannon. 15th, Sean Leonard. 16th, Mark Patrick. 17th, Stephen Beattie. Eddie Gilmore in 18th, and 19th, RJ Woolsey. Mark Patrick, actually, he had a right slap last weekend at Nuts Corner. He's racing the mini bikes now.
All right.
So he up over the handlebar sort of jobby, but he was up and back at it. I think he laughed it off.
And just for clarification, number 80, Matt Davis, and it's a 125 GP class machine. So the old 125 two-stroke that was such a popular tool here for us for many, many years, and some brilliant racing in the days, Garrett, when we look back at it.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the only GP machine, I think, on the grid, but here we go then.
The green flag goes up. Watch the lights. And away they go. Oh, and it's Kyle Parks, number 6, gets the whole shot from Matt Davison.
Kyle Parks squeezes Matt Davison out, and I think they're side by side going through deaders. Matt Davison really late on the brakes in the Colonials one. Oh no, we've got unfortunately a retirement there.
A lot of smoke coming out of that exhaust.
There's a lot of smoke. I didn't want to take the revs at all, but he's pulled it over to the side. Oh, it's Mark Kirkpatrick, unfortunately. So a retirement for Mark Kirkpatrick in this one, so his 350.
That's expired.
It is expired indeed. But through the chicane then, Matt Davison in the lead in this one. Not quite sure, I don't think is that Kyle Parks maybe in second, or is he? Not quite sure.
No, it's not Kyle Parks. Kyle Parks in fourth.
Oh, it looks like Malcolm Love.
Yeah.
And again, short-lived. Breaking into the hairpin as the front of these machines dive into the ground. Matt Davison pouring out of the hairpin back down towards us then.
And there's a gaggle behind 250s, 350s, and one solitary 500 there as Brian Mateer comes up the outside, but it's Matt Davison leading Malcolm Loeb. Next is Morris Hogg, Kyle Parks, George Stinton, Mark Johnson, Edwin Gilmore, Brian Mateer and Brian Harding. So in class-wise, Malcolm Loeb leading the 250, Morris Hogg leading the 350, Mark Johnson leading the 500, Brian Mateer second in the 250, and Kyle Parks is second in the 350. Second in the 500 is Philip Murphy, number 303. Sean Leonard there in third in the 500 class.
At the chicane then, Just looking, we've no Matt Davison, just here and there, he did slip off. Ryder is up and okay, so Matt Davison is up and okay. But unfortunately, he's out of this race. Morris Hogg, last lap was on a charge. It's Malcolm Love that's leading this now. Morris Hogg tried to go around the outside of Malcolm Love through deaders. Malcolm just, he looked absolutely oblivious that he was even there. And Hogg had to drop back a wee bit and then tried to go up the inside. But that wee 250 Suzuki is singing today. Malcolm Love across the line, a 1:16.5. Morris Hogg in behind. But look at Brian Mateer.
Yeah.
Brian Mateer with the fastest lap. He's down in 6th place at the minute, second to the 250s, but a 1:16.3.
Another retiree in front. It's 19. Edwin Gilmore.
So unfortunate there for Eddie Gilmore. That looks like the
350.
That's the TZ, isn't it?
TZ.
So the TZ has retired from this one, unfortunately. Peter Shannon across the line there, just in behind Sean Leonard. Sean Leonard in the 500, Peter Shannon that 250 Honda. So we have at the minute 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, 3 retirements, 3 retirements and 3 non-starters, unfortunately, in this one. There's the Malcolm Love breaking into the hairpin again. Morris Hogg still with him. So Morris Hogg on that 350 again. Just trying to get the power down nice and early. Out on the middle of the track. Plenty of room left. Morris Hogg just testing the waters there against Malcolm Love. He did have the fastest lap.
Brian Mateer again.
So Brian Mateer is on a charge. He's up into 5th place now. A 1:15.5.
He's still second in the 250 class. Malcolm Love. The gap between Malcolm Love and Brian Mateer is 3.37.
So he's got a wee bit of a Brian Mateer, I think. Kyle Parks is on the hit list next.
Yeah.
I think Brian Mateer will make short work of that. It looks like the red mist is down after a bit of a woeful start, should we say. But look at Malcolm Love starting to pull away from Morris Hogg now, so the group in behind Hogg are gaining on him. Kyle Parks trying to make a move. He's in the slipstream there.
Look at Brian Mateer. He's slowly chipping away.
Yes, he looks like he's actually lost a wee bit of time. He might have made a mistake at Colonials. It was very easy to do. So it could be a slower lap this time round for young Mateer.
He'd like to be called young Mateer, all right, wouldn't he?
He does.
So it is Malcolm Love, 1:16 the last time, 1:16.2, 1:16.1.
Oh, Kyle Parks didn't know Brian Mateer was there. He nearly hugging the wall on the way past here down below us, but Brian Mateer is now up into 4th place.
And it's just interesting to see Garrett, Love, Hogg and Stinton all 1:16s, and Brian Mateer, Kyle Parks are both in the 1:15s. So class-wise, Malcolm Love leading the 250 from Brian Mateer, and Adam McKee in the 350 is Morris Hogg, George Stinton and Kyle Parks. And in the 500 class, it is Mark Johnson. He's in 6th overall, leading Philip Murphy and Sean Leonard.
Brendan Neeson, Murphy away through there now. Again, just rolling off the throttle on that wee 2-stroke machine, but the leader's down back behind us here now. Brian Mateer is on a charge. Oh, Sean Leonard's machine does not sound well at all there.
He's dropped way back, Sean Leonard.
Big problems there with that machine, but the leader's coming back on the start and finish straight. It's Malcolm Love. Morris Hogg still dropping back, but look at Brian Mateer. Yeah. Brian Mateer's in 3rd place, and he's about to make his way up into 2nd. The number 87 machine on a charge, that wee 250, screaming today.
Mateer 1:14.915, the fastest lap of the race.
He's definitely on a charge.
5 laps gone at the 8. So it's actually 250s leading 1st and 3rd overall. 47, that's Brian Harding. He's in 4th in the 350 class. Just hearing from the clock, of course, there too. So don't forget lunch break after this.
and everyone to be back on post for 1:15. Machines coming through there. Brendan Neeson, Phil Murphy still in behind. And that's Adam McKee.
Up the back straight there, is he?
Oh, and he made short work of that well before the hairpin.
Yeah.
So Mateer on that lighter machine, that wee 250.
Definitely Sean Leonard's machine not going well. They're going to be caught up here very quickly.
Yeah, it sounds like an ignition
Peter
problem
Shannon.
or something. It's starving itself from something. Malcolm Love away through Brian Mateer, the gap back. Oh, look at Kyle Parks is on the move now at 1:14.6. Kyle Parks in 5th place. So again, too much, they're too little too soon, should I say, for Kyle Parks. But Brian Mateer 1.3 seconds off Malcolm Love. Malcolm Love's best time was a 1:15.2 on that last lap. Brian Mateer 1:14.6. There's 1.3 of a second of a gap. Brian Mateer will have to do something very special in the next couple of laps.
Mateer 1:40.657. Kyle Parks 1:40.606. Both of those in the last lap. Next lap, around the last lap, flag will be out. And there's a big freight train coming through the chicane.
They're catching up the slower riders now, so this can change everything. And it's actually helped Malcolm Love. That gap looks like it's opened up a wee bit. And Morris Hogg is straight back on the back end of Brian Mateer.
So it'll be interesting to see if the last lap flag goes out.
This last lap is going to be a doozy. As they come back down towards us here now. Malcolm Love. He'll not be aware that Brian Mateer's coming. No pit boards there for Malcolm Love by the looks of it. But Morris Hogg tucking in behind Mateer.
Kyle Parks is the 4th now overall.
So Malcolm Love has upped the pace once again. A 1:14.8 for Love. Brian Mateer a 1:15.4 on that last lap. He got caught badly at the chicane.
So
a couple of spits of rain coming down again, but that won't deter these riders again. Only one set of tyres, one compound, and their attitude, they're black and they're round.
yes, that's it. So Malcolm Love comes out of the chicane. Oh, the gap is too much, I think, Garrett.
I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. But look at Kyle Parks.
Yeah.
Kyle Parks is on the move. Comes out of the slipstream of Brian Mateer.
Bad start from Kyle Parks. He's made up for a lot.
It took him a while to get into the rhythm, didn't it? But last corner then.
Should be a good lap from Parks.
Coming out on the start and finish, slow riders, but that won't do anything. Malcolm Love coming back down towards us here. And across the line on the 250, takes the win, Kyle Parks. What a lap there from Kyle Parks.
1:13.
Wow.
Fastest lap of the race for Kyle Parks. 1:13, even a fast lap by Malcolm Love, 1:14.6, and Brian Mateer 1:14.3.
Brian Mateer sort of tailed off at the end of that race. The last lap was his fastest lap, but he came from 8th place right the whole way up to 2nd, but Kyle Parks got him on the last lap. What a move there for Parks. Morris Hogg, unfortunate for Morris. He was looking like he was safe for a podium finish, but he had to settle for 4th place. Of course, 2nd to the 350s.
So, Garrett, we're assuming it's an overall classic win. It's not the different classes.
They do have their own championships, but as they were across the line.
Yeah, so in the 250 class, it was Malcolm Love from Brian Mateer, and in 3rd place was Adam McKee. In the 350 class, it was Kyle Parks from Morris Hogg and George Stinton. In the 500 class, it was Mark Johnson from Philip Murphy, and Sean Leonard was in 3rd, albeit a lap adrift because Sean's machine definitely was not running right. In 250 there, Adam McKee, he's in 10th overall.
He'll be happy with that 3rd place finish in the 250 class. So just hearing there, I think the machine's just making their way back into the paddock then. So just hearing, again, reminder, ladies and gentlemen, could we have everybody back in their posts for 1:15? So everyone back in their post for 1:15, and we'll get things up and running shortly after that. Next race after lunch is the King of Kirkistown, the big one, the Superbikes. If you can have yourselves ready and in the holding area for 1:15. But for now, enjoy your lunch break, and typical, there's the sun coming out as we get our break, but fingers crossed we can avoid the weather for the rest of the day.
So just for those of you that have any interest in the TT, there's a further delay of 2 hours for today's schedule. The mountain road is currently closed, and the rest of the TT course due to close at 3 o'clock. Further update will be issued at 2 o'clock. Gareth somehow a feeling there'll be nothing today either.
No.
Anyway, folks, we see you there at quarter past 1. there along the hoarding, but tire warmers well covering all the bikes there, and alongside him on the front row there is Luke Jones. Over to the right, and Johnny Campbell, and behind Johnny Campbell there is Mark Hewitt. And I was just talking to Joe Loughlin there during the lunch break, and he was having problem with the quick shifters and that. He said the bike's been lying up too long, so hopefully they get it sorted anyway.
Yeah, another rider having difficulty. I was talking to Jamie Lyons, and the issue he was having, he didn't get many laps done in qualifying, but his auto blipper wasn't working, so he went out in the back of another group there. He's got it sorted. That's just what it's about, isn't it? It's just ironing out these problems, and as we said earlier, it's felt like a lifetime from we've been, from Easter up here, but it's the bike's laying about and stuff. They do have these wee teething problems, and Johnny Campbell as well. Hopefully, fingers crossed, Johnny's got whatever issue that was he had with the BMW sorted, but his lap times pretty good there. He's fifth.
100.165.
He's not far off.
So he's 0.8.
Oh, he is 0.8
off, off Carl Phillips.
So if he needs to get a good start, he needs to get that BM off the line.
So there's the Stewart's car coming back. And I think that's the leg of the course there and the start line. So we're just waiting, folks. Sorry for this little delay. And we thank you, all the riders, for getting down here well on time. So just make sure you have your grid positions once more. And again, don't forget, lap times from race 1 will form the grids for race 2. So that's the instructions from the clerk of the course.
Yeah, that change it's caused a lot of confusion this season. It's the same as anything. It's about getting in the swing of it and getting used to it, But I'm just hearing in my ear that we're ready to go. A few final checks on the radio, and the machines will be out on track any second now. We should be hearing that. Claxton.
Tommy Smith's finger on the button, ready to go.
Finger is on the button.
Yeah.
That was a song, wasn't it? We're just waiting for confirmation there, but
I also believe, when we're just off the cuff, I believe MD is going back doing a bit of rallying in a few weeks' time, doing the Donegal International Rally.
Oh, very good.
So the Chinese whispers have it.
It'll good to see you be out in the escort again.
Yes.
Well, this past week would have been good weather for rallying.
Rallying weather, yes. Yes, indeed. There's a massive big rally event coming to Mondello as well. Don't forget, folks, when it is quiet, I've just been asked to mention, there's been an awful lot of confusion about road races down south, and that Kells, Skerries and Walterstown are definitely going. You're commentating, Garrett, down at Atay, so the road races are definitely on. It's going to be a busy month, Garrett. We'll have Kells, Tandragee, Skerries, week break, then the Fahina running a sprint, then Walterstown, so it's going to be kind of busy now between now and then. You have Armagh towards the end of July, so there's the Claxton going now, so it's going to be a hectic 5 or 6 weeks.
It's going to be hectic to the Sunflower, probably.
That's true. And I just see a release there the other day from Ulster Centre Promotions regarding the Ulster Grand Prix for next year. There seems to be a lot of work going on that, and that will be absolutely enormous for the sport, Garrett. I know that from what I've been told, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in certain parts of Dundrodd, but the thoughts of bikes back again at Dundrodd.
It would be amazing to have racing back at Dundrodd, in no matter what sort of shape or size, if it's a week or if it's a 2-day thing, like the national meetings. But it would be fantastic to have that back. And once they do get it back, I think it might spiral, and it'll help it for next year or the next years to come. Fingers crossed.
Well, I'm assuming if the Ulster Centre are getting involved, it would be a few year. They're looking at the long term of the track.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about tracks and we talk about the Lake of the Isle of Man, I don't think I've ever heard a rider saying that the Ulster Grand Prix is not the best circuit you've ever raced on.
No.
With Tandragee probably just behind that.
Yes, absolutely. Is a favourite to All of them, like even myself, it was my first road race, and maybe threw into the deep end a wee bit there for the world's fastest road race.
Okay.
But it's a fantastic track.
So the target of the course now is calling the riders forward. That looks like on Carl Phillips, slick front, Johnny Campbell.
Johnny Campbell, a wet front by the looks of it, and a slick rear.
Is it a slick rear?
Could be an intermediate on that. I think it's
Yes,
a super sport tyre on that.
Seems to be a bit of a difference in tyres. Luke Jones looks like a bad rear slick.
Yeah, so the two SBT Ireland Ducatis have opted for slicks all round. Jamie Lance on slicks as well. Jamie, he would have loads of confidence. That's the magic bullet Ducati heading out there.
So it is a 10-lap race, folks.
So this is the Big Three Series, the King of Kirkistown Superbike race. And on pole position for this one is Carl Phillips, followed by Corey McGreevy. Now, I did see Corey walking about the paddock there. I'm not sure whether he's out in this one, but we'll keep a close eye on that. Mark Hewitt then lines up in third. Fourth is Luke Jones. Fifth is Johnny Campbell. Then we have Aaron Spence in sixth, followed by Ryan Gibson in seventh. Eighth is Jamie Lyons. Ninth is Ross Irwin. Mark Conlon in 10th. 11th is Dean McMaster. Remy Clark, first of the Cup Riders, in 12th. Second of the Cup Riders, Johnny Allen in 13th. And 14th is Joe Loughlin.
Now for those of you folks that have a program, there's a change in number. Joe Loughlin is not running 27, he's actually running 14. So that's a change in number for Joe Loughlin, number 14.
Yeah, of course, as Remy Clark, he's number 27 this weekend. So the machine's lining up, and so no Corey McGreevy in this one, unfortunately. Only is that an SBT Ireland Ducati perhaps just at the back there? Maybe having some issues or just talking to the team. Mark Conlon takes his position. So the green flag is waved at the back of the grid. They're told to watch the lights. And away to go!
Phillips gets the whole shot.
Oh, it's gonna be close going through there, but it's Carl Phillips. Oh, problem there for Mark Conlon.
Oh, that Duke.
The Ducati, it doesn't seem to be revving for him.
No, that's definitely
At
not, but
SBT.
Carl Phillips was, I don't know who he cut across.
I'm not sure there, but it
Mark
was.
Hewitt or Luke Jones.
I don't think he knew they were there anyway, but he was making that corner his own through the chicane then. Carl Phillips in the lead.
Oh, look at, he's pulled the pin very, very early here.
He has indeed. Carl Phillips. That looks like Aaron Spence maybe in second place. We'll know better as they come back down towards us, but I'm pretty sure that's Aaron Spence up into second place.
Johnny Campbell in fourth. I didn't see who was in third.
Oh, right out to the white line. Carl Phillips, the number one machine through. It is indeed Aaron Spence in second place. Luke Jones, Johnny Campbell, Mark Hewitt, Jimmy Lyons, Ryan Gibson, Ross Irwin, Dean McMaster, Johnny Allen, Remy Clark, Joe Loughlin in that order across the line.
A second, 1.59 gap already. Carl Phillips has pulled out on Aaron Spence.
That was a clinker of a start there as Mark Conlon goes through. Just listen to that bike. It doesn't sound as sharp there either. It's just.
But I don't know something about the Ducati. I noticed that even with Michael's the Super Sport, it just doesn't seem to be fast bike, and yet it is fast.
Yeah.
That sounds a bit silly,
But it doesn't sound fast.
No,
It doesn't sound fast.
For the R6 and that the difference in sound out of the R6 compared. I know it's a four-cylinder against a twin, but look at
Look at the
1.5
lead.
the last time. Oh God.
Wow, and what a run there for young Spence. Johnny Campbell now up into third place. Aaron Spence.
1.7 seconds Carl Phillips taking out of Aaron Spence in that lap. 55.083. 56.17, 56.47 for Johnny Campbell. Luke Jones 57. So they're all sub-minute except Joe Lockwood is just on the minute.
I don't think there's going to be any stopping Carl Phillips this season. He's absolutely on it.
Isn't he? He's definitely the bit between the teeth. 3.2 the last lap. We'll see what it is this time. Oh,
Down the straight then, Johnny Campbell trying to get into the slipstream of that Honda of Aaron Spence. Spence really early on the brakes there into the hairpin.
Johnny Campbell right on his back wheel.
Oh, Johnny's caught up a mountain of time there on Aaron Spence, but he's lost a wee bit of drive on the exit.
54 for 54.9 for Carl Phillips. Oh. 4.5 seconds the gap now between Phillips and Spence.
Unreal. Carl Phillips a 54.9. Aaron Spence in second at 56.1. Johnny Campbell a 55.9. Luke Jones a 56.6. So Carl Phillips with a 54.9. He's in a different league.
I think the race here we're going to be really looking at, Garrett, is between Johnny Campbell and Aaron Spence. They're neck and neck as they come out of the chicane.
Oh, Aaron Spence got better drive there, but Johnny Campbell in the slipstream, trying to use as much of that BMW power as he can. Aaron Spence a lot later on the brakes this time. Oh, Johnny Campbell going deep. Going real deep this time. But he's able to put it back in through the hairpin. Out on the start and finish straight. It's right in behind him.
54.8 that time for Carl Phillips. He's not easing off at all. 6 seconds between Aaron Spence and Carl Phillips.
Carl's not slowing down, Annie. You can see there Johnny Campbell just tying that BMW in knots as he tries to get that 200 plus horsepower down to the ground.
The Cup rider is in 10th place. That's Johnny Allen. Ramey Clark is in 11th.
Oh, Johnny Campbell up the inside of Aaron Spence into the entrance of the chicane. And look at the drive that he's getting. Spence has to get into the slipstream.
Oh, he's going to see what the braking is like. Johnny Campbell was very, very deep the last time.
You see, he tips in nice and early there. It was nearly as if he was going.
Oh, Carl has gone a little slower. 54.8.
He's starting to pace himself now. And this is where we're going to see Johnny Campbell's time starting to plummet. And he's got the chase on, so he's going to start chasing Carl Phillips.
55.9 for Johnny Campbell that time. 56.19. And Phillips into the chicane already.
Yeah, Johnny Campbell just starting to eke away now from Aaron Spence, but in behind, the battle continues. Luke Jones and Ryan Gibson just in behind Spence. So these pair, they're going to have to start to work together if they want to get the better of Spence in these closing laps.
Well, you're only halfway, 5 out of 10 laps completed. Carl Phillips.
A 55.1 that time from Phillips compared to his best of 54.8. So he's maintaining that gap now. Back to Johnny Campbell. It's 8.1 seconds. Aaron Spence a further 1.0 seconds back on Campbell. But look at Gibson. Gibson has got the better of Luke Jones. So he's up in the 4th place now. And he's going to start to chase down Aaron Spence. You'll see his time starting to come down now. A 55.4 from Gibson.
So Moto 1 please to the assembly area. Moto 1. 6 laps gone. Oh, the whole length of the back straight almost, Garrett.
He's so smooth, isn't he? And braking nice and early too. But look at Gibson on Spence.
Yes, he's right on his back wheel.
So Gibson moves over out of the slipstream, but I think Spence has the legs on the BMW. Ryan Gibson, a big wide line there from Gibson. He might have actually went wide, he did indeed, but he cuts it back in to get the drive on nice and early. Luke Jones is struggling to stay with him as the flames pop and bang out of the back end of Ryan Gibson's machine and breaking into Colonials.
So we have Phillips, Campbell, Spence, Gibson, Jones, Irwin, Lyons, Hewitt, Johnny Allen. Damien Master is in 9th. Johnny Allen, the Cup rider, in 10th. Jamie Clark in 11th. So 7 of the 10 laps gone.
Dean McMaster's got the better of Johnny Allen as well. He's now up into 9th place. Johnny Allen still leading the cup class from Ramey Clark in 2nd place.
So Ryan Gibson and Aaron Spencer lock together once more.
Oh, they're side by side coming into the hairpin. Is Ryan Gibson going to be able to pull it back into the apex? No! Gibson goes wide. Aaron Spence repays the favour. Back up the inside. But can he get the power down? Can he get the drive? Spence moves over to the left hand side. He thinks better of a move through Deaders.
The flames shooting out of the back of the machine.
Now Ross Irwin now under pressure from Jamie Lyons. Jamie Lyons had issues in qualifying with his quick shifter, but he looks like he's got it sorted and he's just trying to get past that Ducati, that magic bullet Ducati of Irwin.
And it's still Spence holding off Gibson. Very, very tight. Who gets the better drive out of it? Oh, it's Gibson.
The BMW should have the legs on the Fireblade, but that's a fast machine there of Aaron Spence. But Gibson moves over the right hand side, up the inside, and he brings it in a wee bit tighter this time.
And he makes it stick.
The last lap time then. So another call for the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. We're on the last lap now.
The gap between Gibson and Spence, 0.4 of a second.
Oh, and Jamie Lyons has got the better of Ross Irwin, and he's starting to pull a bit of a gap on him already. As we look back to the leaders coming out of the chicane. And Carl Phillips on the Bell Bike Sport BMW racing machine with that lovely Gary Jess replica helmet and the number 1 plate to boot. Johnny Campbell looking over his shoulder there, making some hand gestures. Oh, and there it is, a win for the Bell Bike Sport BMW racing team with Carl Phillips on board.
Johnny Campbell second. Ryan Gibson takes third from Aaron Spence. Luke Jones, fastest lap of the race, 2:32.
But look at how close Ryan Gibson got to Johnny Campbell on that last lap. 0.6 of a second behind, and it was a 55.3 compared to Johnny Campbell's best time of 55.8. So Ryan Gibson is really in contention for the second race.
Phillips just seemed to be
gone.
Game over. 10 seconds there at the end of it.
He pulled the pin, he set the grenade off early, and away he went, but Johnny Campbell couldn't do much about that. But what a result there. Ryan Gibson up into third then. And the times that he was putting out on that last lap, once he got past Luke Jones, that's when he bit the screen. And he just needs to get that BMW off the line, along with Carl Phillips and Johnny Campbell. But Aaron Spence had a brilliant race there. Next up then, the Moto 1 class. If the remainder of you can make your way to the holding area, please.
So just a quick look at the championship points for the King of Kirkistown. Carl Phillips now is on 75 points. Johnny Campbell is on 60 with Ryan Gibson on 40. So the 10 points obviously is stretched to 15 with that win. So Carl Phillips keeping his record up of 3 wins from 3 starts. And again, this Big 3 sponsored by Charles Horse Motorcycle Village. So what's this motor? The Academy in Leanda are 3rd, 10th and 11th.
So the klaxon sounded then, and the tyre warmers are removed from the machines. And again, just looking at the tyre choice, couple of heavy cuts there, mainly Super Sport tyres that they've got on. Wee Hondas. William Graham running slicks on his. Cooper Cahoon on slicks. So I think the majority of them now.
And Joel Hare calling his team up. He's some kind of problems. Oh, was the rear stand was still in it.
The stand was stuck to the back. We left him there stranded.
Yes. Yeah.
Number 38 there, David Scott. They've opted for a front wet.
Yeah.
And a rear wet, so he's
very pessimistic.
Very pessimistic indeed. So David Scott out on full wets there. You have to remember as well that a lot of these teams, a lot of the riders here, they don't have spare wheels or anything, or so they have to sort of stick to what they want. It'll take too long to change tyres sometimes. So.
And is there a tyre changing facility here? I think Ernie's still in the Isle of Man.
There is. There is. So
sorry.
There's Ernie's got a truck over there as well, and then of course
my apologies.
We'll have McKillop motorcycles over on the left as well. So that was my first question when I came here this morning.
All right. But the track is definitely dry in most parts that we can see anyway, Garrett.
Mm-hmm. No, we'll be going by them times. Especially Carl Phillips was doing that superbike race. I think it's more or less dry right round.
And especially the pace he was going.
Yeah.
But then when you look to Garrett, we have to remember that a lot of these youngsters really starting off in the racing, budgets are tight. They don't have big sponsors really, you know, and they're trying to do the best he can.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, they are young. It's the first time on, and you know, they make mistakes, they crash. You know, you've got ferns to pay for, and of course at the beginning of the season, first of all, you have to get the bike.
Yes.
So that's the first expense, and you know, they're taking this as a learning year. Maybe the next 5-6 years they'll be learning, because they'll just continue moving up the classes. And you talk to anyone down there, even the likes of Johnny Campbell, Jamie Lyons,
yeah.
Jeremy McWilliams, he's learning every time he goes out. So
every day is a learning day. But I was saying earlier on about Lewis Mullen and these young fellas that are actually riding in the VSB. You know, a lot of them have come through. Maybe the exception of Hayden Clinton, come through the grass track and motocross.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these young lads have come through the IMC, and it's proved a really, really good base setting for them, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's perfect for them, because remember you had the 125 Aprilias and the 125 Hondas. These bikes are sort of in between. The Aprilia used to be a big thing, and some of the kids couldn't touch the ground on them, you know. But no, these are proper good wee bikes. Oh no, as William Graham stalled his machine on the line, he's got it going again. So here we go then. Oh!
Definitely. William Graham.
What a start there. Keen off the line, William Graham wants to stay with Hubert Tomaszewski, and Tomaszewski cutting the nose off William Graham through deaders. But it looks like
some start.
That was a quick start.
But then you must imagine too, like a lot of these young fellas, that the adrenaline is pumping in them, the nerves are there as well, and it's easy for us sitting up here looking down at them, but
it's easy for you. You've done this for years. I'm shaking up here, Jack. So the leaders heading to the chicane then for the first time as Hubert Tomaszewski. William Graham holding on to that second place. Just can't catch who that is.
Oh, that's Tomaszewski way up front anyway.
Oh, William Graham being demoted then. Yeah. Tyanda just lacking that wee bit of power. That looks like, is that Jay Coates perhaps?
Paige Mullen, no.
Just saying there, we'll know better when they come back down towards us then.
Maybe Paige Mullen, the newcomers, the bib on.
And Joel Herr in fourth place at the minute, but here they come.
Oh,
it's Tomaszewski. It is indeed Paige Mullen. So Paige Mullen up into second place on the Boss E racing machine. Joel Herr up into third then. William Graham demoted to fourth. David Scott in 5th. 6th is Jay Coates. 7th, Brandon Kennedy. Thomas McGurnahan in 8th. Cooper Cahoon in 9th. And Mitchell McNeil. Not a great start there for Mitchell McNeil. He's down in 10th place.
So, Toyanda of Brandon Kennedy, he's in 7th, the first of the Toyandas. And then we have 9th and 10th is Cooper Culhune and Mitchell McNeil in 9th and 10th. So the next race, please, Superbike Cup and pre-injection to the assembly area, please. So the last time it was 1.3 seconds. Tomacheski, is he being caught there by Paige Mullen? It's just invisible.
The gap last time was 1.3 seconds when they crossed the line. We'll soon see as they come back on. He is indeed getting caught by Paige Mullen. So Paige Mullen is on a charge now. That's definitely down from 1.3 seconds.
Oh, Paige Mullen.
0.7.
Paige Mullen, the fastest lap of the race, 109.469, down to 0.7 of a second.
Paige Mullen pushing hard in this one. 0.7 of a second. A 109.4 compared to Tomaszewski's 110.0 as they make their way towards Fisherman's. And back out, and they're maintaining that gap a wee bit. Don't know Tomaszewski.
Oh.
He's under a lot of pressure here. In through the chicane, out the other side. Paige has to get good drive and into the slipstream.
And definitely visibly catching.
Absolutely, it'll be all on the brakes here into. Oh, look at the speed, Paige Mullen just opening that throttle that wee bit more and into the chicane. Tomaszewski a wee bit better on the brakes. We'll wait for them exiting the hairpin then. Back out on the start and finish. The gap was 0.7 last time round. Look at Paige Mullen. Paige looking to make a move up the inside of Tomaszewski through deaders.
What a manoeuvre. What a manoeuvre. The gap was down to, again, Paige Mullen, 108.385. The gap was 0.84.
Oh, Tomaszewski back up the inside of Paige Mullen through Colonials 1 and Colonials 2. Paige lines them up for Fisherman's as they disappear just behind the bushes at the far end of the track.
Oh, William Graham, the first of Toyandas, in 4th. Joel Harris in 3rd. Jay Coates 5th. David Scott 6th. Brandon Cavanagh the 2nd of Toyandas in 7th. Thomas McGurnahan in 8th. I think Tomaszewski didn't realise how close that Paige Mullen was to him, but again, up the back straight.
I don't think so. Paige still in the slipstream. She moves over and again makes short work of Tomaszewski.
Oh.
But Tomaszewski on the brakes into the hairpin. Paige Mullen stays with him. And back out through, back down towards us then. Paige moves over to the right hand side.
Yes, the legs definitely.
The Kawasaki against their Aprilia, or the Yamaha, apologies. Through Danner's end, really well tucked into that machine.
Looking for a newcomer, Garrett, like the racecraft so early on, like that Paige has there. There's absolutely no fear they're going up the inside, going into Deaders.
No, definitely not. She grits her teeth and she's getting on with it. And that's exactly what you have to do if you want to be competitive in this class. So the two of them are
side by side.
They are side by side into the chicane. It's gone a bit tight. Working through here.
But this is where Paige had the slight advantage coming up the back straight, but the breaking into the corner. Tomaszewski is that bit sharper. See behind on, he goes up the inside again.
He has indeed. Oh, Paige. Oh, they're leaning on each other through the hairpin. I can't watch this. They're coming back side by side, back down towards us then.
And Tomaszewski and Paige Mullen goes for the inside of the track. Down by us again, the better drive Garrett going in, coming out of the Fisherman's.
Oh, so fast through there. Absolutely flat out one of these machines. Joel Hirsch still in that 3rd place. And a lonely 3rd place it is. William Graham had a good start to this race. He's back down into 4th. Jay Coates then, Paige's teammate. The Bossy Racing Machine in 5th.
Well, Williams' kangaroo start was a bit exciting. So
It worked for him
Yes.
for a lap or two.
5 laps completed. And Tomaszewski seems to pull the slight gap.
So next machines up, please. The Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines to the holding area. That's the Superbike Cup and pre-injection machines to the holding area. As they head back down towards the hairpin. Tomaszewski with the advantage on the brakes. I think Paige Mullen just opening up that gap ever so slightly.
Page was 0.92 in front, but it's definitely Tomaszewski has reversed the roles.
Has
He
indeed,
comes
so
across
he-
the line.
But look at Paige still on the push. She gets a good line through Datters, moves over to the right hand side. She's going to get
Over
up
the
the inside.
inside.
Colonials won.
Oh no, Tomaszewski cut.
She thinks
shut the
better
front
of it.
door. Yep.
She thinks better of it.
So
William Graham across the line then. Jay Coates is starting to reel William Graham in now. Jay Coates 1.8 seconds gap back from William Graham now. So he's closing that gap from the last lap.
last lap flag being ready by the target of course on the line. Tomaszewski has kept that gap as he committed the chicane.
And there's not an awful lot of change from the previous lap, but Paige Mullen's machine, if she can get in through the slipstream, she can get that wee bit closer. But the last lap flag is being readied for this race. Again, another call for the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines to the holding area.
And this is where Paige generally gets a good drive at it. She's going again.
Back out on the start and finish straight.
Last lap
Pushing
flag is
hard.
fluttering. She's right on the back wheel of Tomaszewski.
So the gap is literally nothing now. Round the outside again. Deja vu into Colonials 1.
Oh,
She's not able to do anything. She has to be careful. If she goes too defensive, she's going to lose all the drive. Into Fisherman's then, as the rest of them come through. That's William Graham and Jay Coates across the line. So Jay Coates making a move on William Graham up the inside. Oh, he thinks better of it through Colonials 1.
so last lap to enter the chicane. Tomaszewski has that slight advantage. Paige Mullen get anything on the brakes.
She's going to have to really squeeze that front brake if she wants to
Oh,
get
look at her
anywhere
right
close.
up.
Oh, they're side by side coming. So Paige Mullen has the inside line. She lets the brake
Oh,
off.
she's gone too
Oh,
wide.
she's ran wide at the hairpin. Tomaszewski up the inside, but will she be able to cut it back? Can she get the drive out on the start and finish straight?
Down they come side by
Here they
side.
come
Side by
across
side.
the line. Who's going to get it?
Oh,
It's Paige Mullen! Paige Mullen gets the win. The Boss E rider. A 108.3 fastest lap. 0.01 of a second across the line. What a ride there from Paige Mullen.
that was
And the battle continues here.
Race
William
cap.
Graham and Jay Coates again. Another great result for the Boss E team. Jay Coates across the line nips William Graham for 4th place. What a ride from Paige Mullen. Absolutely unbelievable. Talk about timing, Jack.
Oh,
That
no.
was just pinpoint. Absolutely perfect. Brendan Kennedy across the line in 6th. He's 2nd of the Toyota. 7th was David Scott. Remember, he had the full wets on. Maybe not the perfect choice for him. Thomas McGurnahan across the line in 8th. Kurbel Cahoon and Mitchell McNeil both across the line then for 9th and 10th.
that was racecraft at its finest, wasn't it?
It was. She knew exactly. You could see the cogs working there, where she was faster, and that manoeuvre into the hairpin really made it.
Serious. But even coming out when she ran wide, coming back out and getting the drive down to the start and finish line, and it was, as you say, what was it, 0.17 of a second.
Unreal. As close as you like it there across the line. With Paige running wide, it meant she was able to cut it back in that wee bit earlier and get the power on a lot earlier than Hubert Tomaszewski was able to. And she made it work for her in the end.
Oh, well done, well done. So now we're on to the next race is the Superbike Cup and pre-injection. Again an 8 lapper, and the grid down below us. Conor McDonald was the fastest in the pre-injection, 104.103. But again, Garrett with the track drying out, I'm sure that's going to come down. 104 that time in qualifying with a wet track.
Yeah, well, I think with this one we're going to start to see the likes of the pre-injection machines starting to. I don't know. I was going to say, it's not the perfect conditions for them because they'll start to drop back compared to the qualifying, but they've been there all season. They've been sort of very similar times to these superbikes all season. So I think they're going to hold their own against them.
Well, when you look at Conor McDonald and Johnny Irwin, they're experienced and both track and class. So it will be interesting to see how they get on with the Superbike Cup riders. See the way they
So there's the Claxton sounded then. I think we're ready to go. Scott Clements there, just staying out of the road from the hustle and bustle. Getting himself ready to mount the R1 Yamaha. See the number 12 machine there of Armstrong, the hunky-dory Suzuki.
Well, I'm just looking at it, I notice I'm after getting now, for those that are interested at the TT, the Isle of Man TT Races has confirmed that no further racing will take place at the 2026 event, and the Milwaukee Senior TT will be declared as a result after yesterday's one lap.
That's a shame. That's
a pity.
That is a pity. So no more racing on the island. Unfortunately, that's it. Well, I can close my laptop now, can't
You're
I?
all right, yeah. So away they go. So again, an 8-lap race. I got a grill in there last night. With us for the Superbike Cup and pre-injection combined classes. So we have Simon Hewitt, Scott Clements, Richard McLaughlin, Andrew McRae, Richard Press, Jonathan Gregory, Almantas Monfilas, Alan Caffrey, Mark Shields, Robert Toner, Alan Armstrong, and then the pre-injections, Conor McDonald, Johnny Irwin, Trevor Elliott, Lee Osprey, Alexander Rowan, Paul DeMain, Richard Armstrong and Stephen Love. So it looks like there are 2 split grids. Garrett, I see the pre-injections there, the back, Conor McDonald in pole position for that.
Yeah, the split grids there. It's obviously you've got the 600 machines and the superbike machines, but a lot of these pre-injection machines, they don't take long catching up with the superbikes.
No.
Well, here we go. We just wait for the flag to be waved at the back of the grid. Just moving a few machines about, so the green flag is being shown at the back of the grid. The reds go up, they're told to watch the lights. Wow, a quick start there.
Simon Hewitt.
Oh, trying to get the grip down.
So it looks like Richard McLaughlin was in, they got the whole shot from Simon Hewitt.
And the pre-injection machines then, away they go.
Conor McDonald gets the start.
Great start there from Conor McDonald. Trevor Elliott over the left hand side. There's a tip in. Through Deaders. Make their way through Colonials then. So out of Fisherman's come the Superbikes into the chicane. Again, a freight train of horsepower making their way back up past the Pit Lane Cafe.
Richard McLaughlin from Simon Hewitt.
Simon Hewitt just struggled to get the power down on that machine off the line. You can see the back end spinning up on him. You don't want much of that when they're coming out of this hairpin. Time passes in. What a start there. Richard McLaughlin, Simon Hewitt, Johnny Gregory, Alan McGaffrey, Almantas Montives, Alan Armstrong, Andrew McRae, Scott Clements and Michael Press.
So the pre-injections. That's Robert Toner ahead of Conor McDonald. And it's just looking, Garrett, the way that the pre-injection, Conor McDonald is actually up in the 4th overall, with Stephen Love in 6th overall from the pre-injections.
It just shows that how hard these lads are pushing these machines. Uncorrected time, Conor McDonald 4th overall. And again, he could be in contention with messing with the Superbike podium here. With the break back into the hairpin. Oh, Simon Hewitt. It was Jonathan Gregory who was trying to make a move on Simon Hewitt there at the hairpin, but it's McLaughlin.
Starting to pull away, the other 2 boys are getting
Look at Gregory.
McLaughlin 101.181. Hewitt 0.891 behind them. Jonathan Gregory 0.76 behind Hewitt. Property next, then Alan Armstrong, Almantas Monfilas, Michael Press, Scott Clements. So the pre-injection
machines
Conor
through.
McDonald is leading the pre-injection. He's in 4th overall.
He's really on a charge now.
He's 101.934. Richard McLaughlin 101.181. Not a whole lot between them, Garrett.
No, he's trying to get the squeeze and trying to make that gap as big as he can. I'm just looking there at McLaughlin. So McLaughlin really on a charge now. There's Andrew McRae having issues with his machine, but there's Richard McLaughlin across the line, and it was faster again for McLaughlin. A 1 minute 0.6. He looked sharp coming out of that chicane, and it was just Jonathan Gregory and Simon Hewitt. Gregory a 1 minute 0.7. So I think Richard McLaughlin's going to be under a bit of pressure here very soon from Jonathan Gregory.
Conor McDonald is only 0.270 of a second behind Simon Hewitt for 3rd place overall.
Mark Shields down in 16th place now. The number 62 machine on the Ducati.
So I'm not sure, Garrett, if this are 2 combined races or just 1 overall between the 2 of them.
Between the 2 of them,
Okay.
sometimes it can get very confusing up here. We try and keep up with it as best we can, especially in the smaller classes where we have multiple championships. Richard McLaughlin way through, but look at Jonathan Gregory, the gap 1.3 of a second back from Richard McLaughlin. It's just opened up ever so slightly. Simon Hewitt, Alan Armstrong now up into 4th place.
There's McDonald still in 4.2, a second behind Simon Hewitt. Stephen Love 2.259 behind McDonald.
Steve Love away through there in 2nd place behind McDonald, but it doesn't look like a 2.2 second gap. Sure it doesn't.
It does not. No.
So here come the leaders, the slower riders just ahead of them has caused havoc up at the front. Oh, Jonathan Gregory trying to get past the slower rider, but he's not able to. The slower rider's bike seems to be faster than him down the straight, but on the brakes lane into the hairpin. And Simon Hewitt's trying to come with them, but I think he's going to get caught up. But Richard McLaughlin tucked in behind the screen of that BMW machine this season for Richard McLaughlin. There's Alan Armstrong in a good 4th place there. Al McCaffrey just in behind. Almantas Monteves in 6th. That was a 102.2 that time round. Conor McDonald still leading over Stephen Love. The gap is down. Stephen Love, the gap is down 1.9 seconds over behind Conor McDonald.
And Conor McDonald is now only 0.167 behind Simon Hewitt for 3rd place.
And that race further back with Johnny Irwin, Alexander Owen, Trevor Elliott is starting to heat up as well. There is absolutely nothing between it. Look back, that's Mark Shields on the Ducati. Alan Armstrong on the Suzuki just making short work of the slower riders, but the leaders coming back down towards us. Look at Jonathan Gregory. He's right on the coattails now of Richard Loughlin. Jonathan Gregory with the fastest lap, a 1 minute point 0.
0.131 at the gap between the 2 of them.
Gregory needs to get past as quickly as he can through Colonials 1 and Colonials 2, heading to Fisherman's End. Again, they just disappear behind the trees, behind the bushes. Conor McDonald still leading over Stephen Love, but is now 0.7 of a second back from Stephen Love. So Stephen Love has got on
Conor
a
McDonald
charge
slipped
this
back
season.
a wee bit behind Hewitt for 3rd overall. He's 0.651 behind Hewitt. Last lap flag getting ready.
You see Richard McLaughlin, he's pulled a wee bit of a gap now on Jonathan Gregory. So he's found an answer for him, but does he run wide? It looks like McLaughlin ran wide at the hairpin there, and they're coming up the slower riders as the last lap flag is being readied for this one. Keep an eye on Conor, the whole gaggle of them coming out of the hairpin now, coming back down towards us with the pre-injection machines. Here we go then. Cross line, Stephen Love just dropping back ever so slightly. 0.6 of a second. So another call, please, for the Big 3 Series Crown Pints of Kirkistown Super Sport race to the holding area.
And that group was ahead of Conor McDonald. The gap between Conor McDonald and Simon Hewitt was 0.268 of a second. It'll be interesting to see does that hold Conor up, but look at the battle at front. We've a new leader, have we?
We have a new leader, Jonathan Gregory, leading this Superbike race into the hairpin. Richard McLaughlin goes really wide on the entrance of the hairpin. He's going to try and cut it back and get the drive to the line, but can he get the power down? Jonathan Gregory, he's going to get it, is he? They're nearly side by side across the line. Jonathan Gregory takes the win over Richard McLaughlin and Simon Hewitt in 3rd.
Yeah. Oh, that was tight.
Again, another well thought out race there for Jonathan Gregory, but here comes the pre-injection machines. Oh, it's Conor McDonald that takes the win. So Stephen Love dropping back there, dropping way back, but he holds on to that 2nd place in the pre-injection. Scott Clements cruising across the line there in 10th place overall. And Trevor Elliott takes 3rd. in the pre-injection class.
So the gap between Hewitt and Conor McDonald, nothing really in that last lap. Conor wasn't able to make up Anton 0.673 of a second, but he takes the win in the pre-injection from Stephen Love, Trevor Elliott, then Richard Armstrong, Johnny Irwin, and that's it. So Jonathan Gregory takes that win. Fastest lap of the race. Fastest lap of the race to Gregory, 100.053. That's 90.640 miles per hour. Championship leader on 50 points. The competition behind them from the Easter Monday was Paul Jordan, Darrell Tweed and Mike Brown. Christian Elkin, the next one in 5th place. The only one that's here today is from that top 5. Christian's on 22 points. Corey McCreevy 2 straight wins on 50. So 28 points the difference there. Garda, it's going to be very, very hard at the minute for, even with the 2 races today, for Christian to catch up on Corey McCreevy. He got a great start here on Easter Monday. Saying that, we still have 4 races to go in the championship between now and September.
Yeah, it's going to be tight, and I think Christian Elgin, he's got the machinery to do it. He's got the team behind him. But Corey McCreevy, he's gritting his teeth, and that machine, I think the ZX6 machine, it might be starting to sort of become a wee bit dated, but the rider that he is,
pilot is not dated though.
Exactly. The rider that he is, he's determined, he's quick, and he's definitely on form this weekend.
So Rob McGauley sitting on the outside, number 94, and just behind him is Gary Scott, number 6.
And just looking at the brothers there, the Ross and Kyle Martin. There's a fist pump, and the dad, and I'm not sure who that is. It's usually Jeff McMullen that would help the pair of them out, but they're just going from bike to bike, sorting the tire warmers out. So I think Ross, he's in no panic getting his tire warmers off that Ducati. Kyle on the Kawasaki, but the klaxon goes for a second time. The Super Sport machines will be out on track any second now as the team scramble to get them tire warmers off. Brian Hull down there, very hands-on. Brian, he always has been very hands-on.
Francesco Ferraldo there, number 369.
And it's very much, of course, like the Superbike Cup and the Superbikes, so the Super Sport Cup, they qualify for the back of the Super Sport. Yeah. So Christian Elgin, first machine out on track. Rob McCauley, Simon McCullough, Warren Knowles, way out. Nicky Burns, again new machinery. First time out for Nicky on that Suzuki. Jordan Larkin away out. Jordan away out. I've also been asked by their mother, Tina Larkin. She's away sunning herself this week. You think you'd rather be at Kirkistown than sitting on the beach with a cocktail somewhere, would you not?
Do you really want an answer for that, Gareth? Well, I was sitting in the Isle of Man, but I didn't get much sun. Plenty of cocktails, all right. My sun.
Virgin cocktails, of course.
Oh. Pints of local bitter.
So Super Sport machines make their way round to the grid. Corey McGreevy on pole from Carl Phillips and Christian Alkin in third. Rob McCauley fourth. Ruben Sherman Boyd, great qualifying there for Ruben, up into fifth place. Kyle Martin then, first time back in a long time for Kyle, and he qualifies sixth. Seventh, Francesco Ferraro, he's first of the cup class. Gary Scott in eighth. Ninth, Simon McCulloch. 10th, William Donnelly. 11th, Ross Martin. Mark Camlin in 12th. 13th, Warren Knowles. Alex O'Grady 14th. 15th, Jamie Dixon. Joey Hennessy in 16th. Jordan Larkin 17th. 18th, Alex Duncan. And Nicky Burns in 19th.
And a very, very respectable time from Francesco there in 7th place, Gareth. The 102.8. Corey McCreevy was the only one to get at 59 under the sub-minute, but the rest of them are just 10, 10, 101, 102.
No Carl Phillips in this one either.
No.
But here we go then.
Oh, my baby again.
Kyle Martin.
Oh.
So lucky there for Kyle Martin.
Corey McCreevy just shuts the door as he go into Debtor's Dip.
Well, Corey McGreevy whiffed the whole shot, but Kyle on the line there just wasn't selected fully into first gear. So lucky not to be hit by the riders behind.
And look at McCreevy already.
McGreevy is on a mission. He's going to try and get away from Elke as quick as he can. Elke slots into second place for the meantime. Comes through there, through goes Rob. Good start there for Rob McCauley as well. So Rob McCauley looking strong at the beginning of this race, through the hairpin, back out towards us now. Corey McGreevy chased by Christian Alkin. He's opened the gap up even more from the start of this race. 0.9 of a second.
But Feraldo in fourth place.
Wow, what a start there for Feraldo. Up into fourth for Feraldo. He's going to be on a charge now. Again, setting change from qualifying for all these machines. So they have to get bedded in as quickly as they can.
And a completely dry track, I'd say, Gareth. Now it is little wet patches on the edge here out of the slip road, but I know we can't see around Colonials and that, but it's completely dry all the way around compared to this morning.
Absolutely, and we'll see by the lap times here. Rob McCauley just dropping off the back of Christian Alkin there, but what a start from Feraldo. And Ruben Sherman Boyd, he's leading that pack in behind. He's in fifth place at the minute. Mark Camlin, William Donnelly, Ross Martin, Simon McCulloch and Gary Scott in that group. McGreevy across the line, 57.0. Christian Alkin at 57.7. Rob McCauley at 59.1, and then we're into the 1 minute marks. Fourth place for Feraldo, 1 minute point 2. Ruben Sherman Boyd at 101.1 for Ruben Sherman Boyd.
So basically Feraldo has chopped 2 seconds off, as has McGreevy and Elkin. 57s, 257s. The gap between Corey and Christian, 1.58.
Oh, look at the gap is
and
opened
stretching,
up.
definitely
Stretching there. And Rob McCauley, if he can stay where he is, if he can maintain that gap back to Feraldo, he'll be in a safe third place. The leader's coming back towards us here now. Remember the last time, 1.5 seconds of a gap.
Oh, down to 56 now, 56.05.
2.5 seconds now, back to Christian Alkin. Rob McCauley a further 4 seconds back from Christian Alkin. But there's gaggle of riders here coming through. Ruben Sherman Boyd still leading the way. Ross Martin on the Ducati. Gets good drive out of Debtors. On the brakes then into Colonials. Ross Martin tries to make a move up the inside, but he gets a door closed on him through Colonials 1.
Feraldo now down into the 59s, 59.8. Sherman Boyd 100.6. Ross Martin 100.2 that time.
well spread out at the front now, but look at this freight train from 5th place. It's a battle for 5th that we're looking at coming out of the chicane. Ross Martin looks like he's on the move. He is indeed.
Yes.
Ross Martin moves over to the right hand side on the brakes on Reuben Sherman Boyd. As the leaders come down past us there, Corey McGreevy, Christian Elgin. Ross Martin gets it stopped and gets the power on nice and early. Up into 5th place for Ross Martin, Reuben Sherman Boyd. So Gary Scott is looking away through now. So Gary Scott moves over to the right hand side. Oh, up the inside, Reuben Sherman Boyd gets squeezed out through Colonials 1. So Gary Scott is going with Ross Martin now. So Ross Martin, I don't think he's going to get it all his own way here. The leaders back down past the Pit Lane Cafe, heading for the hairpin for another time. Just another call then, please, for the Supersport Cup class to the holding area. Corey McGreevy across the line from Christian Elgin. Oh, that's all heating up at the hairpin. They're pushing, shoving, elbowing each other out on the road. William Donnelly's turning out, so William Donnelly moves up the inside of Reuben Sherman Boyd. Reuben closes the door, and William Donnelly has to run wide on the exit of Debtors.
So in the cup class, it's Feraldo in 4th, Mark Cameron in 9th in 2nd place, and Joey Hennessy is in 3rd, and he's in 12th place. So 5 laps gone of the 10. So please, the Super Twins and Production Twins, please, to the assembly area.
Supersport B.
Oh, Supersport Cup B, oh, my apologies. I'm jumping the gun here.
Elke across the line again. Corey McGreevy continuing to stretch that gap. 6.6 seconds now. But Feraldo just maintaining where he is there, but he could be under pressure very soon from Ross Martin and Gary Scott.
Yes. William Donnelly has got the head of Reuben Sherman Boyd. Gary Scott there in 6th.
Gary Scott is on the charge now. He wants to get right up in the mix with Ross Martin, but if the two of them work together, they might have a chance to catch Feraldo in these closing stages.
Just looking there at Ross Martin and Gary Scott, both 58.8 and 58.7. So they're definitely faster than Feraldo. Feraldo's at 59.3 is his best lap.
Corey McGreevy away through on the Supersport machine, that McAdoo Racing Kawasaki. And the gap is up again.
Just like slightly catching, I can see a bit of a gap there.
Definitely closing Feraldo down.
2.217. And again, Ross
Bit
Martin.
by bit, there's red flag. Red flag, unfortunately, in this one.
Looks like it's a chicane. So Garrett, with 7 of the 10 laps gone, I presume that's it's going to be classed as a finish anyway. I'm assuming that.
Yeah, I think so. Just waiting on confirmation, but the session has been red flagged, unfortunately. They're just bringing the machines back into pit lane, so if the cup riders could please be patient and make sure you are ready, because the marshals are doing a fantastic job this week and every week, and they should have everything cleared up pretty quickly. But once we hear anything, folks, we'll let you know. But at the minute, it is a red flag situation, and if you're not already in the holding area, the Super Sport B race, please make your way there as soon as possible. But if we hear anything, folks, we'll soon let you know.
Who's down? klaxon sounded for this Super Sport Cup B race. Again, this is an 8-lapper, and after that we go back and start again with the twins, the last lot of race. Again, paddock, don't forget, the grid positions will be determined by, as it says in the programme, by your lap times from race 1. So everything's been running smoothly in that way, Garen, at the minute so far.
Yeah.
So far.
But listen, Jack, there's always one. There's always one. I don't know how many times we've said it. The machine's ready, raring to go. Dean Graham on the Kawasaki. Ciara Cahoon on form this weekend, so interesting to see what she can do. What she'll be able to do in this one. Christian Boyle's just holding back a wee bit there. Good run at Kirkistown as well. A lot of the riders just Jordan Largan, that's Lewis Crompton away out. Lewis Crompton, he found himself tied up in a battle during qualifying. He's qualified in 11th there, but he was dicing with another rider, and sometimes that can
slow you up.
It does. It's you're battling, and you see it during races as well. If you're battling for, say, the lead or second place, and you're trying to catch the leader, and he starts to disappear. So the machine's back round. So Ciara Cahoon on pole for this one. Christian Boyle's in second. Dean Graham third. Fourth is Chris Simpson. Harry McAleese lines up in fifth. Sixth, Owen McGlynn. Seventh, Michael Clyde. James Porter in eighth. Ninth is Barry Gosson. William Young 10th. 11th, Lewis Crompton. Jamie Sloan in 12th. 13th, Carlton Bell. 14th, Cian Bell. 15th, Anthony Foley. 16th, Davy Duffy. Samuel Craig in 17th. 18th, Ethan Beattie. 19th, Max Gosson. And your top 20, Xavier Lagarage. Didn't get that right.
So Christian Boyle's very resplendent in his colour scheme, as is Ciara Cahoon.
Yeah, Ciara is on top form after her wins a couple of weeks ago. So we're hopefully bringing that to Kirkistown here today. So again, we're talking about the second race, Jack, and they can't even get the first race right, their group position.
Green flag is up. Watch the lights. Oh, away he goes.
Oh, Dean Graham going backwards in that one, but it's Christian Boyles who gets the whole shot. Ciara Cahoon sneaks in, right in behind him.
Harry McAleese was tearing off a boys when the
Oh, it was a quick start there for the lights once again. So they're bunching back up through Colonials 1 and 2. Wee flick left, and then they're thinking about just rolling off. And a wee squeeze of the brakes for Fishermans. You don't have to be too vicious. And up to the chicane then. Still looks like it is indeed Christian Boyle still in the lead in this one. Exit the chicane into the slipstream. It's Ciara Cahoon in second place then. As he gets tucked in behind Christian Boyle. She's in third place. Disappear behind the buildings and back down towards us then. The Kawasaki leading the way. Oh, Simon McCullough. It's Michael Clyde, should I say. So Michael Clyde up into second place, chasing down Christian Boyles.
Harry McAleese, Barry Gasson, Owen McLean, Chris Simpson, Dean Graham, Evan Larkin, and completing the top 10 is David Duffy. So the gap between Boyles and Clyde, 6-6-6, the devil in the skies.
So there we go. It's definitely closed back down now. It looks like Michael Clyde may be bringing Kirkistown with him in through the chicane. And they're starting to Constantine up a wee bit there as they get powered back down onto the back straight. Past the pit lane cafe. See Evan. That's Evan Larkin. Evan Larkin up in the 9th place. Again, just behind that group, so he's got a good chance at getting himself right up there. But it's Boyles from Clyde. Kirkistown and still in that third. Harry McAleese, Barry Gasson. And we were talking about Evan Larkin there. Evan Larkin with the fastest lap, a 101.8. So he's definitely in with a good chance of this one.
That's nearly it's over a second faster than Christian Boyle.
It's over a second a lap faster than the leader. Evan Larkin is on a charge.
And he's in 7th place as we see it. But again, there's only 2 of the 8 laps gone.
He's just starting to chip away here as they come back through the chicane again. Christian Boyle starting to pull away.
It's 0.95 of a second the last time round.
Michael Clyde's under pressure now from Kirkistown. Kirkistown trying to get in the slipstream. She actually looked up over the screen of her machine there. Not sure whether she's having visibility problems or not, but they're all sorts of shapes breaking into the hairpin. Cross the line then goes Boyles. And we'll see Evan Larkin there again. Slightly slower, a 103.1 that time for Larkin. But he's still in that 7th place. He has to get past Owen McGlynn as quickly as he can if he wants to keep that rhythm.
He's pulled nearly a second on that lap on Michael Clyde. There was only 0.19 of a second ahead of Kirkistown. Harry McAleese 4th, Barry Gasson 5th, Owen McGlynn 6th, Evan Larkin in 7th. Still struggling in that group, Garrett.
You can see Kirkistown has closed that gap back on Michael Clyde again. 0.1 of a second as they crossed the line. Down the back straight, Kira's a wee bit closer this time.
Look behind her is Harry McAleese and Barry Gasson.
Barry Gasson looking fishes here on McAleese. The two of them are going to maybe... Oh, Gasson tries to go up the inside. Of,
Kirkistown has been caught there with them.
Kirkistown got caught up in the mix with them, which is broke free.
Oh, look at Evan Larkin once more. 101. He's up in the 60s. He's fighting hard for this.
He got past Owen McGlynn there on that last lap, and he's on a charge now. He can sniff that podium finish. Just needs to get his head down. He needs to get himself back into that rhythm. So just a call for the Super Twins and Production Twins to the holding area, please. That's the Super Twins and Production Twins. They're coming together now. This is going to make life difficult for Evan Larkin now, because the more machines he has to pass, if he can get them all in the one corner, but it's easier said than done.
Looks like he's going to be overtaken there by Barry Gaston, as he...
Oh, Gaston runs a wee bit deep. He runs wide actually through the hairpin. So Kirkistown holds on to that position then. Just about. Oh, it doesn't. So Gaston got the better of her at the hairpin. So Kirkistown demoted to 4th place. Barry Gaston up at the 3rd. Harry McAleese still in that 5th. 6th. Owen McGlynn. Evan Larkin dropping back to 7th now. So he's just getting himself a wee bit overexcited on that last lap.
All his hard work in the previous 2 laps.
Yeah, and he has to do it all again. Oh, big move there. That looked like Dale Leggett. That was Kane Bell on Xavier.
So there's 6 of them there together. Oh, someone's gone across the chicane.
Someone's wide. Is that maybe Clyde?
Come right across.
Clyde has to stop in the stop box and then go again. So that looks like Michael Clyde's race is over. That means Kirkistown is promoted again. Oh, so that's Dean Graham. Oh, Dean Graham.
They're going to catch Michael Clyde. Oh, disaster for him. Oh, they're up the inside of him.
Oh, Michael Clyde actually moved over a wee bit for them there, but he had to close the door.
Kirkistown was dropped down there to 5th. Evan Larkin he's benefited that. He's now 0.2 of a second behind Harry McAleese.
So Evan Larkin up into 4th place now.
Last lap flag again this time.
And Larkin's only 0.2 off the back of Harry McAleese. So he's well within the chance here to get a podium finish in this race as they come through the chicane once again. Larkin's up into 3rd. Larkin's up into 3rd now. And he's chasing down Gaston. Gaston's next on the list. He's next on the Larkin hit list.
Yes, 2 laps to go. Last lap flag is ready.
Larkin backing it into the hairpin. Again, has to square it off. Has to get the power on nice and early on that ZX6 machine. As he gets tucked down in behind that screen as best he can.
And he's up in the third of fastest lap again, Garrett, 101.78.
Oh, he's just... oh, here he goes in. Evan Larkin moves over to the right hand side, up the inside of Gaston. Larkin up into 2nd place now through Colonials. And look at the gap, he's 3 and 4 bike lengths already on Barry Gaston.
And Kira Cahoon has dropped back down to 6th, but Larkin 101.78. Christian Boyles 101.87. Boyles, the gap is just too much, 3.6. He looks behind.
Still on the back end of that group. Kira Cahoon still holding on to him. But as you say, I don't think Evan's going to be able to do anything about the leader. He pulled the pin early doors. He wanted to get that gap on the rest of them. And he's made it work for himself. Coming out on the start and finish straight. Christian Boyles, number 666. Cross the line and takes the win. Fastest lap as well.
Yes.
And Evan Larkin.
Evan Larkin is happy with that. Oh, Evan Larkin got the fastest, 101.256 on the last lap.
Evan Larkin up in the 2nd place, taking the fastest lap, a 101.2. Barry Gaston had to settle for 3rd. He'll be kicking himself.
Yeah. But credit where credit is due, Garrett. That Evan Larkin, everything was thrown at him. He got stuck between riders. And he still came back. Fastest lap of the race, 88.860 miles per hour.
He got pushed out wide, he got bullied, but he held his own and he clawed it back up to 2nd place. He'll be over the moon. That's another cocktail for Tina on the beach this week. So here we go then. Next up is the Super Twins and Production Twins. It's the Big 3 Series President Cup. And it's over 10 laps. So again, a rundown of this one. Just having a look there at the Super Twins and Production Twins. If the remainder of you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. But that race, what a race it was for Christian Boyles, taking the win with a 101.5 on the last lap was his personal best. But Evan Larkin makes his way up to 2nd place from way down in 9th or 10th, a 101.2, fastest lap of the race. Barry Gaston had to settle for 3rd with a 102.1. Harry McAleese in 4th, a 101.8. Owen McGlynn in 5th, a 101.8. Kira Cahoon in 6th with a 102.4. Great race there for Kira, your pole sitter. Dean Graham in 7th, a 102.0. James Porter in 8th with a 102.5. 9th was Michael Clyde at 102.6, and your top 10 was Chris Simpson. Carton Bell then 11th, 12th was Jamie Sloan, 13th Davy Duffy, Samuel Craig in 14th, 15th Cian Bell, Dale Liggett in 16th, 17th Xavier Leggerish, I apologise I got your second name wrong. 18th was Anthony Foley, 19th Ethan Beattie, 20th was Max Gaston. But what a ride there for Kira Cahoon and Evan Larkin. Don't forget, Evan Larkin will start on pole then for race 2.
So just looking, Garrett, some really good news from the TT for my old buddy there, James Chalk, is at the winning the People's Challenger for 2026 award. There was 4 of them in for it, and it was actually a vote, and he's won it.
Wow, fantastic, well done.
Happy down in Radkeel.
Well done, James Chalk, for that one.
You'll be able to celebrate with him back in September now when you get down there.
Yeah.
I
don't know if that's safe.
Stay out of Radkeel, I can tell you.
You'll not see me for a week.
Yeah.
So the Super Twins and Production Twins getting ready to go back out on track for their second race of the day. Again, this is a 10 lapper and this is for the Big 3 Series President Cup. I was saying before I was rudely interrupted. PH said 7896 is the registration. The lights have been left on. That's Papa Hotel Sulu 7896. Your lights are left on. And the last thing you want to do after a long day's racing, go back and start to find jump leads. So the klaxon is sounded and the machine's getting ready.
Hold on, I get them in order. Hold on, I get them. Twins, okay. So the gate is now open and the target of course is urging the riders forward. Dean McMaster, the first one out through the gate. Christian Elkin is second. So Kyle Cross also in the Super Twins.
Dara bent the way through there. Hayden Clinton. Keep a close eye on Hayden and Kyle Cross. He'll be on form as well. After that first race, he just needs to get that machine off the line. Someone's in a rush to get back to the grid. Alex, that's Dean McMaster. So Dean McMaster on a charge. He could test. Sometimes you find that they push hard in the warm-up laps just to test something or to make sure your tyres are right up to temperature. But he's going to be waiting on the line now, and his tyres will be getting
That's
cold.
the problem.
His tyres are cold. The engine's overheating, and it all goes to pot then after that, doesn't it? So Elke takes his position there in pole, followed by Kyle Cross. And again, it's going to be a long wait for these three on the front row for the rest of them to get round.
Alexander Rowan there in the second row, and alongside him is Stephen McKeown as Hayden Clinton takes his spot on the Balcon Construction R7. Young man lived just off the Killalaine track.
There's Michael Clyde back out again, back out to play again on his Aprilia. Just beside.
The green flag is up. Watch the lights. Who gets the start? Oh, it's Dean McMaster. Oh, Hayden Clinton got swamped.
McMaster with the whole shot, but I don't think it's going to last long.
No, Elkin just decides to sit there.
Christian Elgin, again, he may, we were talking earlier about his experience, he might just hold up back and sit in behind Dean McMaster.
We were talking about racecraft earlier on. Garrett Ryder sitting back, just waiting and waiting and waiting, and then just like a lion in the jungle, just pouncing at the last minute and taking the win.
Like Paige Mullen.
Yes, exactly, yes. Elkin has that experience. You know, Dean McMaster's been around a long time as well, Garrett, but I think Elkin has plenty of miles in the clock.
He definitely has. He's been around a few paddocks now, but Elkie, again, just sitting up there, just extra squeeze of the brakes, and he stays in behind Dean McMaster.
Hayden Clinton, and Kyle Cross. Oh, Hayden Clinton. Right down the outside.
Hayden Clinton. That was a brave move there from Hayden Clinton. And then Kyle Cross tries to repay the favour. But Clinton closes the door through Colonials. The leaders.
They go out of sight. And it's still McMaster holding court.
Yeah, I think Elkie's definitely. I think he shut off just before Deaders there, and he made sure he stayed behind Dean McMaster. But as long... Oh, here we go then.
He's on the move.
There we go. In the slipstream, just moves over to the right-hand side and up the... Oh, no, he lets Dean through again. So Dean McMaster then around the outside of Christian Elkin, back out on the start and finish straight. Elkie gets back into the slipstream of McMaster. He's going to make a move up the inside. Oh, and he closes the door on him as soon as he gets through, Deaders.
1:00.20 that time for Elkin. McMaster 0.009 behind him. Hayden Clinton 0.244 behind McMaster.
Kyle Cross hasn't given up just yet on Hayden Clinton. He's still right there, 0.2 in a second. The gap back to Kyle Cross.
Alexander Rowan leading the production. He's in 7th. In 8th is Stephen McKeown. 9th is Kyle Martin. And 11th is Oisin Walsh. He's in 4th in the production twin. And Elkin away again.
Look at the speed of that machine of Elkie's. Made short work of Dean McMaster there. Dean McMaster tries to make it all back up in the brakes. And he closes right back in. So Kyle Cross as well closed right back in to Hayden Clinton as well. And keep an eye on Alexander Rowan.
Yeah, and Elkin 59.8 for Elkin.
Under the 1 minute now for the Super Twins. We'll keep an eye on the production twins with Alexander Rowan and Stephen McKeown. Stephen McKeown is in the slipstream of Alexander Rowan. And he's going to stay in that slipstream through Deaders. Absolutely flat out in one of these machines. And he moves over to the right hand side. Stephen McKeown thinking about making a move, but he tucks in behind Alexander Rowan.
And the gap, Kyle Cross is just 0.35 second behind Hayden Clinton, and they're together as the competitors paying.
Kyle Cross within slipstream contention now with Hayden Clinton, but that Yamaha is an absolute rocket ship. Kyle Cross hasn't got an answer for it down the back straight.
He tries to make it up on the brakes. He's very, very tight to Clinton. But look at
Young Elkie away through. Oh, Dean McMaster down the 59s now. So Dean McMaster starting to push hard, but it's again maybe just a wee bit too late. Christian Elkin a 58.8, the fastest lap again that last time. Dean McMaster a 59.8. So Christian Elkin a second faster than Dean McMaster in this race per lap.
Alexander Rowan in 7th, leading the production twins from Stephen McKeown and Kyle Martin. So they're 7th, 8th and 9th.
And that gap back from Alexander Rowan to Stephen McKeown is still 0.2 of a second. So Stephen holding his own here in this one.
Oh, Elkie has definitely pulled the pin.
That's Davy Chambers and David Scott away through there. Davy Chambers just ahead of David Scott. We're back out the leaders then. Elkie across the line. Dean McMaster. He has no answer for him at this stage. 2.2 of a second.
Oh, it's Kyle Cross. It was 0.32 the last time. It's 0.298.
He's closed that gap back up again. Again, Kyle Cross, he's been away for a long time. And racecraft isn't something you forget
No,
in a
no,
day.
no. A good scrap. Oh,
Gaggle riders are Alexander Owen, Michael Clyde, Lee Osprey in there too with Stephen McCune just at the back of that group. Stephen McCune still can't get past Alexander Owen. But he's got Michael Clyde to contend with now. So another call for the lightweight and Moto 3 machines to the holding area, please. That's the lightweight and Moto 3 machines to the holding area. As the leaders come back towards us here. Slower riders coming up now. But I think Alki will make short work of them. Garavin goes through. The gap is up now. Kyle Cross is starting to lose the toe with Hayden Clinton ever so slightly.
0.298. Previous lap was 0.373. Still not a lot, Garrett. 2 laps left. Last lap flag the next time round, obviously.
Not an awful lot in it,
No.
Jack. And they've got past that slower rider, but that allowed Kyle Cross to claw that wee bit of time back over Hayden Clinton. So they're right back with each other now as the leaders come out of the chicane.
And the slower rider gets swamped by Dean McMaster.
So again, look at Kyle Cross, the slipstream.
Yes.
He's in the slipstream of Hayden Clinton, and Hayden's still pulling away from him.
On the last lap. Flag. Oh, sorry, this is a 10 lapper. My apologies. This is a 10 lap.
10 lap race for this one. So Kyle Cross, he's going to get caught up behind this. I think that's Scott, is it? Didn't lose too much time as the break into Colonials. Again, he claws that back on Hayden Clinton.
So only Elkin and McMaster, sub-minute 58.87 and 59.84.
Here comes Lee Osprey. So Lee Osprey on the move. Alexander Rowan was on the move there, but Michael Clyde is able to get past him again. Stephen McCune just dropping off ever so slightly, but he makes it back up through Deaders.
Alexander Rowan in 6th overall, we're leading the production twins. Then we have Stephen McKeown in 8th and Kyle Martin in 9th. They're your top 3 in the production twins.
Still pushing Alexander Rowan then. The gap, Stephen McCune holding on to the back end. Again, Stephen McCune is another rider who's been racing for a long time. And is he just holding back on something? Because don't forget, the production twins is a separate championship to the Super Twins. So McCune chasing this championship as well.
And the gap between Clinton and Cross now is back down to 0.331 of a second.
Rowan again, and Alexander Rowan. And Steve McCune, the gap is back down again. So McCune just watching what way he goes. But look at Kyle Cross, good drive out of the chicane that time for Kyle Cross.
Yamaha does seem to have a little edge. What's Kyle on the brakes?
And
Over the inside.
Oh, look at Kyle Cross, he goes real deep in the brakes. And Hayden Clinton closes the door on him as they emerge back out the other side. So Kyle really has to stay tucked in behind Clinton. He's seen that last lap flag.
0.276 is down to now.
He has to do something at the chicane, or at least the hairpin. If he can line him up at the hairpin. He done a wee test move there on that last lap. And I can see,
showing him his front wheel.
showing the front wheel, put a wee bit of pressure on him, and I can see something happening here. So your leader out of the chicane, Christian Alkin, heading towards the hairpin one last time, but it's Kyle Cross who is right on the coattails. You couldn't get much closer here on the exit of the chicane. He's in the slipstream of Hayden Clinton, and this time he's bound to make a move. He moves over to the right hand side, he squeezes it, but your winner, Christian Alkin, across the line.
Oh, yes, he's got him. Kyle Cross has got Clinton.
Kyle Cross up the inside, is he going to be able to hold it? Out on the start and finish. No, it's got to be Hayden Clinton who takes that second place. Third place, apologies, Kyle Cross in fourth. So a lonely race there for Christian Elgin and Dean McMaster. And the last step of the podium goes to Hayden Clinton.
So we wait on Lee Osprey, Michael Try and Alexander Rowan.
That's David Scott across the line then. Here we go with Lee Osprey. Michael Clyde got the better of Alexander Rowan. But Alexander Rowan wins the production class from Stephen McCune. Them two were at it. Stephen just gave up on the last lap, I think. Or the last corner, should I say. He tried to make a dive, but it didn't work for him. And he cruises across the line. Kyle Martin then across the line. Third in the production. Twins in ninth.
Kyle hasn't finished yet, has he?
I thought he did. 10 or no, 9 laps. Oh, he was lapped. He did finish there.
So Christian Elkin takes the win by 5.368 seconds from Dean McMaster. Hayden Clinton was third, Kyle Cross fourth, Lee Osprey fifth, and Michael Clyde in sixth. Then in seventh place, the production twin winner Alexander Rowan. Then we had Stephen McKeown in eighth, and third in the production class is Kyle Martin in ninth. Matthew Watson was 10th on the super twin. Then we have Oisin Walsh fourth in the production twin, fifth in the production twin, and 12th was David Scott. And then we had Davy Chambers sixth in the production twin, with Dave Liddy in, Dara Vint in seventh place in the production twins.
Public transport.
Yeah.
It's not here.
And for this lightweight Moto 3 in race 1, Ruben Sherman Boyd took the win from Hubert Thomas Wesky, Buster Sherman Boyd third. And in the Moto 3 it was Alfie Flynn, Matt Davison and Kyle Parks. So there's the gate is now open. So this is an 8-lap race.
Harry Davison just giving Matt the wee push away there. Kirkistown for third.
I wonder was it the height? Just know it's not like her as a bike Garrett, but she rode a really, really good race.
Absolutely, I think it's just maybe a height thing. Dropping everything here. So I think maybe just that wee bit of a disadvantage, but the corner speed that she was able to carry was phenomenal. And like I've heard it before, like the old lad used to say to me, if you can ride a slow bike fast, what are you going to be like when you get a fast bike? I did nail her.
Just shortage of talent, some courses, Garrett. We won't go down that road.
I think so. I think so.
Okay, without more slagging.
The entry's down there, yeah. Oh, they're on. Oh, right. Even better, right?
So the pre-73 Classic
It's here, isn't it?
in race 1 in the 250 class. Malcolm Love, Brian Batir, Adam McKee and Peter Shannon. 350 class, Kyle Parks, Morris Hogg, George Stinton, Brian Harding and Brian Neeson. And in the 500 class, Mark Johnson, Philip Murphy and Sean Leonard. Sounded gate is open, and again there are 3 classes within one. Kyle Parks had the fastest lap in race 1, 1:13.084. I'd imagine that's going to come down a bit now with the dry track, so they're called forward.
And Kyle Parks, first machine out on track, followed by Malcolm Love. Yeah, Malcolm Love having a good first race. Peter Shannon away out there.
Who's that?
I think that was RJ Woolsey, was it?
Oh, could well be, yeah, could well be.
I wasn't sure. He never got. I don't think he got out in the first
Yes,
race.
it is. Yeah, it is RJ.
It is indeed. It's RJ Woolsey.
He's like the fairings, the way he has the RJ, just like the old JPS, the
JP,
Black
yeah,
Nortons.
on the Norton. Lovely sound of machine too as he leaves us here.
So again, this is 8 lapper, and then we'll have the second race for the Superbikes, the King of Kirkistown.
Yeah, by this stage, Jack, I think everyone's going to be, they're going to know what they need to put on, they're going to know their setup, and, well, no, it is going to be slicks.
Yes.
It's going to be
yeah.
slicks the rest of the day.
Well, that's it, like, except the classics, but the rest of the big bikes now, everything is completely dry there, Garrett. Even the little water patch, there's just one there on the outlaying out of the pits.
If you're there during a race, Jack, you're in trouble.
And I think a poor, oh God, what do you call him? He crashed at Carramore. What do you call him? Oh jeez, he has a Ray McCullough replica helmet. What do you call him?
Oh, Sam.
No, not Sam Laffins, no, but oh Jesus, what's his name? 43, he rides number. He had a smack at Carramore.
Alpha. Yeah, so just a reminder for anyone who has borrowed or rented a transponder today to please return them as quickly as possible.
Gary McCoy, as I was thinking of.
Yes, right enough now.
So just when the Classics grid are forming, another of our riders who had an unfortunate incident at the TT was Gary McCoy, and we wish Gary and the Mad Bros team the best of luck. Oh, and Kyle Parks gets a thing. Another Brian Hardy.
That was another quick start there. I don't think most of them weren't in their grid positions. I think again just that wee bit of confusion with the timing side of things. But I think Malcolm Love, he didn't get off the line there as quickly as he wanted to. He was caught off guard. But we'll keep a close eye when they come through Fisherman's and back up towards the back straight.
So Paddock, when it's gone quiet here, this is an 8-lapper, and we call then on the Superbikes, please. Superbikes to the whole area.
So it looks like Kyle Parks got the whole shot in that one. And there's Morris Hogg once again, straight up into second place. Mark Johnson just in behind him in third. Better start this time for Mark Johnson. Oh, RJ Woolsey just missing a gear there.
That could be costly.
You don't want to be doing that too much often. But here we go then, down the front straight. Kyle Parks in the lead of this one. Look at Mark Johnson. Stumble looking away past Morris Hogg very, very soon. Malcolm Love down in 5th place at the minute, but he's still leading the 250 class.
Linton Irwin just ahead of him, Brian Hardy, Philip Murray, RJ Woolsey. On the tails, Sean Leonard having a better run this time. He's in 9th, and he's the third of the 500s. So the last time Malcolm Love was the 250 winner, he's in 5th this time. Best lap the last time was 1:13.
Yeah, Malcolm Love, he may be leading the 250 class, but Jack, there's a motorbike in front of him.
Oh yes, very fast motorbike.
And he'll want to get past it. One man will be hard to pass is Kyle Parks. He's starting to pull away now from Morris Hogg and Mark Johnson. And Linton Irwin going well there as well. He's starting to claw the ball back in.
Oh, God, RJ.
RJ.
He's definitely short of gear in there somewhere.
Definitely is. I think there's maybe a 5th gear missing or something on that machine.
And that's very, very tight.
Oh, Mark Johnson.
Look at Linton Irwin. Linton Irwin 112.3 or 798.
Linton Irwin definitely on a charge now. He's nearly a second quicker than Kyle Parks, and he's down in 4th place at the minute. He just needs to get past Morris Hogg and make sure Mark Johnson doesn't get away with this 2nd place.
And Mark Johnson's on the 500, Morris Hogg on the 350, Linton Irwin 350, as is Kyle Parks. The gap Kyle Parks has now over Mark Johnson, 1.440.
So I think Kyle Parks, if he can stay in that rhythm. But look at Mark.
No, Mark Johnson's catching him. He's definitely visibly catching him.
100%, and he's well tucked into that screen. And Morris Hogg, he's about to get overtaken now. Linton Irwin on a charge. He moves over the right hand side. So Linton Irwin on the brakes on Mars Hogg, and someone coming with him and running way wide. Wow! Nearly taken out Linton Irwin along with him. Back out on the straight then, Kyle Parks, Mark Johnson, Linton Irwin, and I think it was Malcolm Love just getting a wee bit too hot and heavy on the brakes into the hairpin there.
Mark Johnson, best lap that time, 1:12.937.
That machine of, I know they're not stable anyway, Jack, but that machine of RJ Woolsey doesn't look very stable going into Deaders.
Johnny Leonard being caught, passed by Brendan Neeson. So the gap the last time between Parks and Johnson, 1.18.
Peter Shannon away through. Just noticing there, no Mark Patrick. I was talking about Mark Patrick. He couldn't start this race, so his gearbox packed in. No Brian Mateer, no George Simpson, Matt Davison not here. Stephen Beattie as well. So quite a few missing from this race. With Kyle Parks.
Look at Linton Irwin. Again, fastest 1:12.
Faster again for Linton Irwin. And he's closed the gap.
0.3 of a second behind Mark Johnson. Kyle Parks now 1.5, still keeping that gap there, 1.5 seconds. So Matt.
RJ Woolsey will look back at Linton Irwin. Linton Irwin still chasing down Mark Johnson. Linton Irwin got the legs down the straight, but can he get it stopped at the hairpin? I think he runs a wee bit wide. Mark Johnson cuts in front of him, gets the power on good and early.
Peter Shannon there at the back, and he's going to be swamped up now shortly. Oh, look
at this.
There's a new one. Oh, yes. Saved by Mark Johnson.
He just powers past him with ease. And through Datters to go then.
And the gap down to 1.9 between Parks and Linton Irwin.
Malcolm Love still struggling to get past Morris Hogg there. As they tip into Colonials 1, you can see Malcolm Love closes right in. Look at RJ Woolsey's machine going in through Datters. The back end of it just snaking about underneath him. The length of that machine as well would be really
a long wheelbase really on
really long wheelbase. Remember him with the Westlake.
That's right.
Wrestling the Westlake through round Acadoo, and the thing was about a mile long. But Kyle Parks has nearly a mile of a lead on this one. Linton Irwin and Mark Johnson still together. Mark Johnson hasn't given up in this one, and Morris Hogg still ahead of Malcolm Love. Malcolm briefly got past, but he run way wide at the hairpin, and Morris was able to get tucked right back underneath him again.
1.995 the gap the last time. Oh, it's 0.7. It's taken nearly a second out of Mark Johnson has an Linton Irwin.
Mark Johnson definitely hasn't given up in this one.
No. 6 of the 8 laps gone.
Oh, Peter Shannon with a big, long, wide line there through Deaders. RJ through a wee bit steadier that time for RJ Woolsey. As we look, Sean Leonard. Lonely race there for Sean Leonard. That machine still doesn't seem to be...
Definitely not right.
It's definitely not right. Still...
Oh, Kyle Parks. So the gap the last time was 0.748 with Johnson behind Irwin.
He has pulled it even further there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
As they come back down, they'll be getting the last lap flag then this time round. So can the remainder of the Superbike machines please...
Johnny Leonard's gone. Definitely
We were
gone.
just talking there about Sean Leonard. So unfortunately I don't think he knows. But that bike has definitely expired. If the marshals at Colonials could pull him in, or someone at Fisherman's. if they can get that machine off the track as soon as possible. But the Superbike machines are up next. If the remainder of you can please make your way to the holding area. That's the Superbike machines to the holding area as quickly as you can.
So the gap between Linton Irwin and Mark Johnson, 0.638. Just he's not able to chip enough away. Mark Johnson on. Oh, Shawnee Leonard is still smoking
Still
badly.
circulating. One of the marshals has to stop that machine if someone can signal to him. Sometimes the rider, you can see the riders signaling to him. So Malcolm Love has actually lost a position trying to signal to Sean Leonard. And he's pulling over. He is pulling over. So here we go then. Out on the start and finish straight. The number 6 machine, and he'll be delighted with that, and he is. Kyle Parks across the line taking the win. Linton Irwin, what a race there for Linton in second place. Mark Johnson then. Mark Johnson has dropped way back in that last lap.
Maybe that effort to try and stop Shawnee Leonard cost him dearly.
Unfortunate there for Mark Johnson, but he still wins the 500cc class. Wait now, should be RJ. You can hear it coming. Lovely machine. You can smell the burning.
Just surprised with Shawnee Leonard, a man of his experience now with the.
The thing is, sometimes all them machines coming past you as well, you can't hear your own bike or what it's doing, but he's obviously, you can smell the burning oil, and it must have been burning off the exhaust just. But a great win there for Kyle Parks on the 350 class and overall. Linton Irwin in second in the 350 class. Fourth with the 350s was Brian Harding. Fifth was Brendan Neeson. The 250 class, Malcolm Love took the win. He was third overall, but he takes the win in the 250 class. Second was Adam McKee. Third was Peter Shannon. So another podium finish there for Shannon. And then the open class was won by RJ Woolsey. 500cc winner Mark Johnson, the number 46 machine. He was demoted in the last lap to 5th overall, but he still takes the win in the 500s. Second place in 500s, Phil Murphy. 8th on the road. Again, quite a lot of riders didn't start that one. And Sean Leonard retired on the last lap. Next up then, the Superbikes. This is the Big 3 Series. King of Kirkistown Superbike race. This is race 12 in your programs. And again, it's over 10 laps.
The second Superbike race as part of the Big Three, sponsored by Charles Horse Motorcycle Village. And the last race was won, we say, Garrett, at a handy pace. But,
yeah, I think so, Carl. He's got it down to a T, really, has he? He gets it out of the blocks as quickly as he can.
just sorry, Garrett, for cutting across you. Transponders, Alfie Flynn, Moto 3, and Peter Shannon, Classic, please. Alfie Flynn and Peter Shannon.
Who Alfie's got?
Oh, Alfie's gone. Apologies, Alfie. Yeah, we have yours, sorry. Just on my list. So, Peter Shannon, number 289 in the Classic, please. Would you be so kind to return your transponder to Richard?
You're very polite, Jack.
I know.
I just
had to be diplomatic now and again, Garrett.
I just tell him to get a move on.
So the gap the last time between Carl Phillips and Johnny Campbell, 10.210 seconds. Johnny has been out twice on the track, or at least once for a sighting lap. Maybe he's trying something.
Yeah, he's got something up his sleeve, I think. So if he can get that machine off the line and get along with Carl, because the times he was doing wasn't a million miles away from Carl at the end. So if he can get a good tow, get away with him, I think he could be in for a race this next one.
So 54.85 for Carl Phillips, for Johnny Campbell 55.83. So basically a second between the two of them. And Carl Phillips had the fastest lap. 54.853, that's 99.232 miles per hour. Is that off there? Pat,
Background towards us then, to line up on the grid in pole position. It's Carl Phillips, and what a race. The first race for Ryan Gibson. So Ryan Gibson, he lines up in second. Johnny Campbell third. Aaron Spence in fourth. Fifth is Luke Jones. Sixth is Jamie Lyons. Seventh, Ross Irwin. Eighth, Dean McMaster. Ninth is Mark Hewitt. Corey McGreevy in 10th. 11th, Joe Loughlin. 12th is Johnny Allen. 13th, Mark Conlon. And Remy Clark will line up in 14th.
so again, folks, just to remind you that the grid positions slightly different from the results of the first race, but it was down to the speed. So Ryan Gibson had a faster lap of 55.384, where Johnny Campbell at 55.831.
I was talking around there. He seems cool, calm and collected. So here we go then. The green flag is waved. The reds go up.
Oh, and away we go. It looks like Carl Phillips. Oh, who's that on the inside? That's Aaron Spence.
Oh, what a start there from Aaron Spence, getting the whole shot. And I think it's Carl Phillips then into second place. But
no, it's Carl Phillips.
oh, Carl Phillips
Phillips
up the inside of Aaron Spence. And I think, did he bring Johnny Campbell with him?
Yes, I think
seen
so.
a glimpse of luminous yellow there.
Yes, it is.
So this is exactly what Johnny needs. He needs to get tucked in behind that Bell Bike Sport BMW racing machine. And he needs to stay with him as they slip and slide their way down the back straight. Johnny Campbell in the slipstream. Aaron Spence was a wee bit bullied there into the first corner, but what a start he got. Into the hairpin then. And watch Carl Phillips, how much of the track he uses here. Oh, nearly onto the runway on the outside of the track.
Nearly track limits.
No long lap penalties here. Carl Phillips is making the most of his entry and using as much as the track as he can.
It's absolutely perfect on the line every time.
So into Fisherman's then, this long right-hander seems to last forever.
Yes, And Johnny Campbell not letting him away yet. The gap the last time, 0.452.
He seems a wee bit closer in through the chicane this time.
And the gap, look at it behind him. Spence, Gibson, Lyons and Jones.
Johnny's so late on the brakes, but Aaron Spence under pressure now. Ryan Gibson trying to make a move up the inside, but he thinks better of it. Oh, Gibson goes wide. Gibson goes wide. Jamie Lyons up the inside at the hairpin. And look at the gap is down now. Johnny Campbell with the fastest lap at 54.5 for Johnny Campbell.
Fractions of a second. It was 4.52 the last time. 4.15 this time. Aaron Spence third. Jamie Lyons fourth. Ryan Gibson fifth. Luke Jones sixth.
What a move there at the hairpin for Jamie Lyons. He was thinking about it. He nearly knew that was going to happen. And he just nipped it up the inside there, Ryan Gibson.
And in fairness, Carl Phillips looks to have stretched a little bit. Visibility was 0.415 the last time for Johnny Campbell. But look at that scrap behind him.
He's definitely stretched the lead, but Aaron Spence still holding them off. Jamie Lyons moves over to the right-hand side, but so does Ryan Gibson. Yeah. Oh, Jamie Lyons up the inside, and he's made it stick. Has he, or has he ran wide? Can he pull it back to... And he can indeed.
Oh yeah, Phillips is lap 54.290, 100.262, the first 100 mile an hour lap today. The gap now, Johnny Campbell, 993, but look at the gap between Jamie Lyons and Luke Jones is just less than a second between the quartet behind them.
So Carl Phillips stretching that gap nearly a second now. Johnny Campbell, oh, you can hear Carl Phillips sliding, coming out of the chicane.
That's actually a new track record for Carl Phillips.
Another Carl Phillips, a new lap record. What a phenomenal lap that was. Over 100 mile an hour lap. As he comes on to the start and finish straight in.
Again, faster again, 54.203.
Oh.
The gap, the quartet now are split. Jamie Lyons third, Ryan Gibson fourth, Aaron Spence fifth, Luke Jones sixth.
Dean McMaster away through there. That was a 56.9 for Dean McMaster, just ahead of Mark Conlon.
Johnny Campbell is in the 54s as well, 54.587, 99.716. But Phillips is just on a mission, Garrett.
And he is so smooth at it. He looks, it's poetry in motion nearly, isn't it? Just as he comes down past us here.
He's on rails. That's 200 mile an hour, 100 mile an hour laps in succession. It's a long time since you've seen that.
It is indeed. It's definitely not a fluke, because he's doing it each and every time. Here he comes again. And still
1.7.
Johnny Campbell still pushing hard too. Ryan Gibson landing third at the minute. Jamie Lyons in fourth. Fifth is Aaron Spence. Luke Jones in sixth. Seventh, Mark Hewitt having a good dice there. Dean McMaster just in behind him. Joe Loughlin away through on the Stephen McKnight racing machine.
You know, look at Johnny Campbell again, faster again, 54.586, 99.718.
Still pushing hard.
Pushing, but 1.7 is the gap.
Carl Phillips will have to watch. He can't pace himself too early in this one because Johnny's still there. As we look further back then, Ryan Gibson pulling away from Jamie Lyons. But Aaron Spence is under pressure now from Luke Jones. Luke Jones, oh, he was thinking about a move there up the inside of Aaron Spence. But Aaron Spence on that Fireblade is so hot on the brakes.
Gap now 2.041. Ryan Gibson 55.591.
So another call for the Moto 1 machines, please, to the holding area. That's the Moto 1 machines to the holding area. So at the
6
chicane,
up to 10 laps gone.
gap last time,
2 seconds.
2 seconds was the gap. We can see if Johnny has clawed anything back that last time. He wasn't able to better his time on the last lap of 54.7. But he looked sharp through the chicane that time round. See if he's been able to find anything on this lap. as Carl Phillips crosses the line once again.
Yes, he's cut it down from 2:04 to 1.7.
So the gap is closing.
0.3 of a second.
Not an awful lot in it. I don't know if he's going to have enough time to claw anything back. But Aaron Spence still ahead of the number 80 machine, Luke Jones. So Luke Jones was just struggling to get past Spence. And Spence starting to pull away from him ever so slightly.
Carl Phillips, he just seems to be keeping his own pace there now at the minute, Garrett.
Yeah, he's maybe controlling it there. And he doesn't have to push that hard if he can keep Johnny. That's a good gap there he has at the minute, but it nearly looks like it's coming down.
Yes, it dropped a bit down to 1.79. So we'll see what it's like this time, but 1.6 fraction, but
It's down again. He's just chipping away at it and chipping away. But Ryan Gibson, good result this will be for Ryan Gibson if he's able to hold on to this third place. Jimmy Lyons, that's Aaron Spence. If we have a look at Aaron Spence's last lap, a 56.3. Jimmy Lyons' last lap, a 56.5 again. Aaron Spence is starting to wake up and he's catching Jimmy Lyons.
But, Garrett, you know yourself, there's 2 laps left. For Johnny to catch Carl Phillips, it's one thing, getting by him is going to be another thing.
That's exactly it. It's okay catching someone. But the last lap flag is being readied in this one then, as the leaders come back out onto the start and finish. Carl Phillips across the line, Johnny Campbell, gap stays the same. You see Aaron Spence still pushing hard ahead of Luke Jones. Luke Jones isn't giving up in this one. That SBT Ireland Ducati is getting pushed hard, and Dean McMaster still can't get past Mark Hewitt.
The gap between Luke Jones and Aaron Spence, 0.5 of a second. Last lap.
Johnny Campbell is definitely reeled in Carl Phillips, but I don't think it's going to be enough here unless Carl makes a mistake at the hairpin, which is very doubtful indeed. He's been pinpoint perfect this whole season. So here we go then, coming out onto the start and finish straight. Carl Phillips, the Bell Bike Sport, BMW Racing Machine, another one under the belt. Johnny Campbell in second place.
55.4 that time for Carl Phillips. 54.5 for Johnny Campbell. His best lap of the race was 54.4.5.
Ryan Gibson across the line then in third place. Jimmy Lyons in fourth. Oh, Aaron Spence. Luke Jones then. Mark Hewitt promoted to sixth place. No sign of Luke Jones in that one. Here he comes then. So across the line, that was Mark Conlon and Joseph Loughlin. So a mistake there from Luke Jones. Johnny Allen and Remy Clark across the line. Johnny Allen first of the Cup Riders, Remy Clark in second, in 10th and 11th place. And no Dean McMaster either, unfortunately.
But credit where credit is due. A new track record for Carl Phillips. On lap 4, 54.203, 100.422 miles per hour. Powerful indeed.
That's fast. That's fast.
Oh, yeah.
You think averaging over 100 mile an hour on a circuit like this?
That is serious stuff. There's no doubt about that. And well done, Carl Phillips. Absolutely superb.
No doubt about it. Moto 1 machines up next then, folks. If the remainder of you can make your way to the holding area, please, as quickly as you can. But Carl Phillips taking the win and a new lap record. A 54.2 over 100 mile an hour lap. 100.422 for Carl Phillips. Johnny Campbell in second, a 54.4. Ryan Gibson in third, a 55.4. Jamie Lyons in fourth with a 55.7. Aaron Spence fifth, a 56.3. Mark Hewitt in sixth with a 56.4. Mark Conlon in 7th, a 57.5. Joe Loughlin in 8th, a 57.0. Luke Jones in 9th after the mistake on the last lap, a 56.2. Johnny Allen, First World Cup Riders, finished in 10th, a 58.2. Remy Clark in 11th with a 58.3.
I'm sure Joe Loughlin will be delighted to get a finish there. And a respectable 57.065.
Absolutely, that's a fast time, and for the problems that he had during qualifying as well, hats off to him.
So Peter Shannon, don't forget we need your transponder back, please. Peter Shannon from the Classic number 289.
So the klaxon sounded then for the Moto 1 class. The machines head out on track. So Paige Mullen, she's going to want to continue her form from race number 1. And I'm sure Hubert Tomaszewski has perhaps made some changes to his machine.
When you look at the gap, Garrett, 0.017. That
you couldn't blink that fast, Jack.
No, definitely not. When you look at now, I know we've a totally different timing system they had years ago, but years ago the road race say, well, it's a draw.
It's a draw.
A dead heat.
You've had the pestle and more, the chisels and all back in the day.
Here now, we're not that bad now. We used to have 3 judges on the line if it was a close race, just to see which it was, yeah.
18 stopwatches.
Oh, now, well, Sally Best, the late Sally Best, she was very, very hard to beat when it comes to the line now. She was always bang on.
You wouldn't have wanted to argue with her.
Well, you wouldn't argue with Sally anyway, that was one sure thing.
The machine's heading to their grip positions. Paige Mullen, of course, on pole for this one, with Hubert Tomaszewski in 2nd. Joel Herr will lined up in 3rd. Jay Coates in 4th. William Graham, first of the tandem machines, in 5th. David Scott will line up in 6th. 7th is Brandon Kennedy. 8th is Cooper Cahoon. 9th, Thomas McGurnahan. 10th, Mitchell McNeil. Riley Brown lines up in 11th. And Ella Musgrove, 12th. So let me tell you, Jack, there's nothing as nervous as lining up in pole position when you can't see anyone else around you.
Yes.
Just the first corner.
Well, the 2 bossy riders that good wishes came from the Isle of Man are on the front row of the grid. So Paige Mullen in that distinctive pink colour, and her teammate on the far side, Jay Coates, on a green. And in between them is Tomaszewski and Joel Hare. So who's going to get the better start? We watch the green flag goes up. Watch the lights. Oh, and a nudge, and who gets away? Oh, it's Tomaszewski. Tomaszewski gets the start. Does he make it stick? Oh, just about. Who's that on the inside?
It was Tomaszewski, but it's Paige Mullen. Paige Mullen is pushing him hard in through Colonials, but Tomaszewski gets the whole shot in this one.
So Superbike Cup and pre-injection. Start getting yourself ready. This is only an 8 lapper.
So the leaders through Fisherman's, exit and Fisherman's. So Hubert Tomaszewski, he's actually not got away as quick as what he did in the first one. So this bodes well for Paige Mullen. She had a lot of work to do to try and catch him after the first lap in the first race. Joel Herr in there as well. Joel in 3rd place. Straight away, Paige Mullen again just reeling in that machine of Tomaszewski as the brake for the hairpin. Paige Mullen opts for the wide line.
Jesus.
So she can try and get your all tangled up here, Jack. On to the start and finish then. Hubert Tomaszewski leading this. Paige Mullen in the slipstream.
Paige Mullen seems to have that top end. Garrett, as she goes down, look at how quick she closes in on him. And she goes for the inside line, does she? When it the Colonials. Oh no.
And she's staying with him this time. The first race, she was struggling with the brakes in the first race, so they may have made some sort of adjustment to that machine. And she seems to be staying with him a wee bit easier through Colonials.
So the gap after that first lap, 0.269 of a second. Joel Hare is 0.786 behind Tomatreski.
And he's closed them right back up again. You can see. Oh, Joel Hare with good drive there, so he has to get tucked in behind Paige Mullen, who seems to be pulling away. Paige Mullen gets really good drive every time coming out of that chicane, which is exactly what you need to get the drive for this long back straight. Out of the hairpin then, it's still Hubert Tomaszewski.
Look at Joel Hare. Oh, look at the drive that Paige Mullen has. Paige Mullen, the fastest lap, 109.702. 707, sorry. 0.218 of a second behind Tomatreski. Joel Hare's 109.749.
Jay Coates in there as well, up into fourth place for Jay Coates. William just ahead of William Graham. So
William leading the Toyanda.
David Scott in behind in sixth place. Seventh and second of the town is Brandon Kennedy. Third of the town is Cooper Cahoon. In eighth, ninth is Mitchell McNeil. Fourth of the town is, then we have Thomas McGurnahan in 10th. So again through the chicane, Tomaszewski looks like he's pulling away then. The gap last time was 0.2 of a second. Paige Mullen pushing hard coming out of the chicane.
She's lost a bit of a drag there, Garrett, hasn't she?
I think she has. It seems to. She didn't draw Hubert Tomaszewski in just as quick, and Joel Hare was able to tuck into the slipstream of Paige Mullen then as they come back out onto the start and finish straight here. So Tomaszewski with the fastest lap this time round, a 109.0. Paige Mullen a 109.4. Joel Hare a 109.4. Nothing in it between these three. Oh, Paige Mullen is right with him again. So Paige Mullen on the brakes with Hubert Tomaszewski. But Tomaszewski's able to hold her off through Colonials.
This is where he seems to get that little bit more pace than she has up the back when they come into the chicane and up the back straight.
It seems, yes, he makes a wee bit through the chicane, but Paige Mullen on the brakes, that helped her big time through Colonials. You can see the drive that she gets once the bike is stood up straight.
Yeah.
You can nearly see just about here is when she starts reeling them in.
Yeah.
And there she goes then. I don't think she's too far away to do anything on the brakes.
5.58 of a second. No, not enough.
Not enough, and the
Then they're
Joel
only-
Hare struggling there too. He looks like he's starting to drop back off the pace ever so slightly. Joel Hare, the gap back from Paige Mullen was 0.5 a second last time round, and it's visibly opened up there.
0.26.
Paige Mullen with the fastest lap once again, a 108.3 compared to Tomaszewski's 108.6. Joel Hare dropping back to 1.2 of a second back from
She's
Paige
gone the
Mullen.
outside, she's gone the inside, but Tomaszewski closes the door on her once more. Half
She's
distance.
good on the brakes through there. Tomaszewski, he knows exactly where she's going to be.
0.2 of a second between the two of them. 4 laps gone. Half distance.
Further down, Jay Coates holding on to that fourth place from William Graham.
Brandon Kavanagh the second, and Tiandis in sixth. David Scott 7th, and third to Tiandis was Cooper Colquhoun in 8th place.
Down the back straight once again, Paige Mullen doesn't seem to be making any headway this lap round. But you look at Jay Coates and William Graham. William Graham ahead of Jay Coates now, but Jay Coates gets in the slipstream, trying to get the better of that Toyanda. There is nothing wrong with the speed of that Toyanda of William Graham's.
Oh, it's gone out to 0.5 of a second from 2.69. So Paige Mullen has to try and keep that drive like she did in the last race. Oh, she just draws in a lot there, Garrett. And that,
She, through Deaders, makes up so much ground, and into the entrance of Colonials. William Graham then in the slipstream of Jay Coates. He'll be starting to get frustrated now at 300, just got the legs on him. But he has to remember, oh, William Graham up the inside of Jay Coates. Jay Coates runs way wide into Colonials 1. Back to the leaders then.
seems a similar gap between the three of them.
They're pretty well spread out now. Paige Mullen
0.521 of a second the last time. It looks in around the same, Garrett, unless she makes a lot of inroads in around the hairpin.
Although we've seen the same thing in the first race,
Yes, that's
Jack,
true.
and she came out of absolutely nowhere. We thought it was Tomaszewski's race. It's not over till it's over. Hubert across the line. Faster again for Hubert Tomaszewski, a 108.5. Paige Mullen was 108.5. Nearly identical times there. But again, they have went faster. 108.3 for Paige Mullen. She holds the fastest lap so far.
Last lap flag coming out the next time.
So we'll look back towards Fisherman's then. Across the line, that was David Scott and Brandon Kavanagh.
Brandon Kennedy. You're thinking
Kennedy,
of
sorry.
Brandon's over at the TT, helping Brian McCormick.
He's doing well, Kirkistown.
So, look at Paige is catching him, definitely.
Oh, catch hand over fist there for Paige Mullen. So she's right back into contention now.
9.594 the last time.
Is she going to be able to do something on this last lap? We could end up with a deja vu situation here.
Yeah, look at the drive she has.
Oh, in the slipstream, no way is she going up the inside of Deaders, and she is indeed. So Paige Mullen up into the lead and the fastest lap across the line at 108.3. Can she hold him off through Colonials?
No.
She went too wide there, and Hubert Tomaszewski up the inside.
0.99 the gap the last time between the two of them.
But an important thing to remember, Jack, she wasn't leading across the line.
That's
So
true.
she didn't get the drive that she needed through the hairpin.
Joel Hare third, Jake Coates fourth, William Gray fifth, David Scott sixth, Brandon Kennedy seventh.
So I think Joel Hare is just settling for that third place now, picking up the points for this championship and letting these two do what they want. He's keeping it safe at the minute. Paige Mullen in the slipstream. She didn't seem to get as good a drive out of the chicane as she normally got, but she's opting for that wide line out of the hairpin now. Running way out, checkered flag is out. Who's going to get this one? Who's going to get the drive out of the hairpin? In the slipstream. It's going to be, it is indeed.
Oh, yes.
It's Tomaszewski who gets the win and the fastest lap. A 108.2 for Tomaszewski. Paige Mullen in second, and Joel Hare across the line in third.
0.39 of a second, the gap between Tomaszewski and Mullen. And Tomaszewski takes the fastest lap of the race also on that last lap. 108.285, 79.713. Very, very respectable speed, Garrett, on that. So Joel Hare is third. Then we've Jake Coates. The first in Tianda is just finished there. That's David Graham. So Brandon Kennedy gets the better of David Scott. He's the second in Tiandas in sixth place.
That was Kennedy and Scott across the line. I don't think Kennedy's seen the checkered flag. The two of them actually still racing.
Well, they're enjoying themselves.
That's the main thing. We're waiting. That's Mitchell McNeil, lovely gold and black machine. Third of the Tiandas, finishing up in 8th place. And Thomas McGurnahan across the line then. And unfortunately, Cooper Calhoun, a non-finisher. Riley Brown and Al Musgrove didn't start. So another great race there for the Moto 1 class. Next up, the Superbike Cup and the pre-injection machines for their 8-lap race. That's race 14 in your programmes.
It's amazing the difference that when there's no mad rush to get out the gate, that the way the fluctuation of the race can just go one after another, isn't it?
When they don't have to let people in and out all the time. Like.
Jeez, Easter Monday was a disaster here. You know, went in and out and in and out.
It's getting warm up here now.
Isn't it?
I think that's what that says. Anyway,
Where's that now?
it must be in England somewhere, or else he's sipping cocktails too. But thanks again.
You've
Pete,
been, off, you've
two
been
strokes.
you've been off a goo on you for cocktails.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm only back from Cyprus. I miss my cocktails on the beach. Yeah, so thanks very much. Peter Eaton, obviously, he's supporting and sponsoring Joel Hare, and he's got his own team in the BSB paddock, Two Strokes Racing. A big shout out to Pete. Alan Armstrong there on the Hunky Dory. Hunky Dory sponsored riders for many years, haven't they?
Yes, they did. The late Derek Bryan.
Derek Bryan, yeah.
The late Derek Bryan, 15 years ago today, he passed away in the Supersport 600 race at the TT at Gorsley. Derek, Hunky Dory were, you know, they were very local. The factory is very local to where Derek lived, and Alan Bonner. They were involved with Alan for a while as well. Big crisp manufacturer there just outside Ashbourne. And they're huge now. They've taken over the production of potato and everything in the south. You have, yeah.
So we're going to have the Hunky Dory Tandragee.
Well, they have the big team park. They actually own the big team park. It used to be Tato Park, and now it's Emerald. They call
Emerald
it now.
Park, that's right, yeah. Couple of spits of rain there on the commentary box. Fingers crossed it doesn't come to anything. The sun's still trying to beat through the clouds. But Jonathan Gregory lining up on pole from Richard McLaughlin and Simon Hewitt. Alan Armstrong from Scott Clements. Michael Press lines up in 6th. 7th is Almantas Monteves. 8th Alan McCaffrey. 9th Robert Toner. 10th Andrew McRae. Then we have Mark Shields. First of the pre-injection, Stephen Love from Conor McDonald, Trevor Elliott and Alexander Rowan. We have Richard Armstrong, Johnny Irwin, Paul Demain, and Lee Osprey. I actually think Lee Osprey, he's away. I think he went home early. He had an awful high side coming out of the chicane on his 600 machine.
Nice 2 grids again. Conor McDonald. There's a bit of a debate going on there. I think.
I think maybe I know Stephen Love is right. He was
fastest. Yes.
He was the fastest on the last race.
Yeah.
So here we go. The green flag is shown at the back. They're told to watch the lights. Away they go. Great start once again from Richard McLaughlin. Oh, just getting the power down on that green line and the pit lane exit. So the Praying Jackson machines are showed the green flag. Revs go up and away they go. Stephen Love with a cracker of a start there. Just tips in, but it looks like, Trevor Elliott, I think. Oh,
Conor
no, he
McDonald dives up the inside of him.
Oh, Trevor Elliott got bullied there through Deaders. It looks like Stephen Love maybe getting away cleanly with that one. But back at the Superbikes, it's Richard McLaughlin in the lead as he powers out of the chicane. Keep a close eye on Jonathan Gregory then. So Jonathan Gregory in second place, but not for long. Oh, someone diving up the inside there at the hairpin. Not quite sure. I think that was Simon Hewitt. It was Simon Hewitt, but did he get it stopped? He did indeed. Simon Hewitt up into second place then. Jonathan Gregory in third. Almantas Monteves, Michael Press, Alan Armstrong in sixth. Seventh, McRae, Alan McCaffrey in eighth. Ninth, Scott Clements, Robert Toner in 10th. And Mark Shields across the line then.
Stephen Love ahead of Conor McDonald, 0.405 of the second. In third place in the pre-injection is Alexander Rowan. Fourth is Trevor Elliott. Fifth is Johnny Irwin. And sixth is Richard Armstrong. So they're only sixth of them, Paul Demain and Lee Osprey, 2 DNSs.
I don't think I've seen Paul Demain here today at all. He might have had an entry in, but he didn't get through qualifying at least. Go through into the hairpin then. Back out on the start and finish come the Superbikes, Richard McLaughlin and Simon Hewitt on a charge as well. Jonathan Gregory just in behind, not able to get past. Almantas Monteves got the better of Alan Armstrong and Michael Press on that last lap.
Richard McLaughlin 100.438. That's the fastest lap so far.
The Praying Jackson machines coming through then. They're going to start to chew into the times in the Superbikes. So the Praying Jackson, Stephen Love in the lead. He's fourth overall from Conor McDonald in second. Third
Alexander
place.
Rowan is in ninth. He's third of the pre-injection 600s. And our leader, Richard McLaughlin. The fastest lap in race 1 was to Jonathan Gregory, 100.053. So, Crown Prince of Kirkistown Super Sport Players, the assembly area, Super Sport Players. Oh, Richard McLaughlin again, 59.605. That time from McLaughlin.
What a lap time there for Richard McLaughlin. He's making the most of the sunshine here at Kirkistown.
Well, that's the fastest lap of the day for that class, 59.605.
And he stretched that gap 3.5 seconds now over Simon Hewitt. Stephen Love still in the lead of the Praying Jackson machines from Conor McDonald, but there's not an awful lot in it. 0.4 of a second. Stephen Love actually only 0.2 off Simon Hewitt.
Second overall. Love is third overall, Conor McDonald fourth overall. They've taken a lot out of it. Jonathan Gregory's fifth, Almantas Monteves sixth, Alexander Rowan is third of the pre-injection in seventh.
So McLaughlin again, looking nice and steady, getting on really well with this BMW machine.
Again, the fastest lap of the race, 59.442.
Jonathan Gregory starting to claw in Simon Hewitt, so Simon Hewitt could be under a lot of pressure pretty soon. in the shape of Gregory. So Stephen Love across the line, and Alexander Rowan isn't too far away from that group ahead of him. And he's posting a personal best time there of 101.6. And
Love has moved up to the third overall now ahead. Jonathan Gregory is sandwiched between Love and McDonald in the two of them on the pre-injection. Jonathan Gregory in the Superbike Cup. So Alexander Rowan is 6th. Almantis has dropped down to 7. Michael Press dropped down to 8. Alan Armstrong down to 9th. Johnny Irwin's up to 10th.
oh, Armstrong looking away through there for 8th place. Pressurising Michael Press. And Almantas Monteves is getting a wee bit of a touch here as well as they come back on the start and finish straight. Almanta is just ahead of that wee group. And Michael Press, Alan Armstrong desperately looking away past.
And it's still
Oh, that's Jonathan Gregory.
Stephen Love is actually up to 2nd overall.
Yeah, Jonathan Gregory just slipping down there to 4th place. Stephen Love 2nd overall, leading the Supersport, the Payne Jackson class, should I say. Richard McLaughlin still posting the 59s. Last lap of 59.5. His best was a 59.4. Very consistent there from Richard McLaughlin.
Right, Paddock, that's 5 laps gone at this 8 lapper. These Supersport to the assembly area.
Richard McLaughlin just shutting off really early now. He's a huge gap back to Simon Hewitt, but Jonathan Gregory is on the move. The gap is down to 0.3 of a second. Oh, look at Alan Armstrong.
Yes.
Alan Armstrong trying to make a move. Scott Clements right in behind. Scott Clements has clawed them back in hand over fist here.
Oh, look at McDonald put in a lap of 1:00.305 that time. He's up to 3rd overall now.
Conor McDonald on a charge.
0.675 behind Stephen Love. He's made up a lot of ground that last lap. Simon Hewitt is 4th. Jonathan Gregory 5th. Alexander Rowan is the 3rd of the pre-injection. He's in 6th.
We'll look back
Last lap
towards.
flag getting ready.
It is indeed for Richard McLaughlin as he exits the hairpin. Slower riders, that's Mark Shields just ahead of him. So last lap time now for Richard McLaughlin. Oh, look at Jonathan Gregory. He's made it past Simon Hewitt. So Simon Hewitt now. Oh, Gregory with a big wide line. Simon Hewitt goes wide on the exit of Deaders.
And McDonald is definitely catching Stephen Love. The gap now is 0.344.
Conor McDonald. It's going to be close on this last lap. I'm not sure whether Stephen Love is aware that he's there.
Then there's a number of riders there between McDonald and Love.
But McLaughlin is well on his way to another victory here at Kirkistown in this Superbike Cup class as he breaks for the hairpin, making his way back out through already. So Richard McLaughlin then taking the win, and a huge win it is.
Oh, McDonald is right behind Stephen Love.
Oh,
Right
McDonald
behind
going to make a move. He moves over the right hand side.
Make it stick. Can he stick? Can he hold it? He got him in front of him.
Can he pull it back in?
Side by side.
Oh, it's
very,
got to be
very
close.
tight. Oh, Love is just going to sneak it. Oh, McDonald.
Oh, so close there at the end. Conor McDonald been kicking himself there, but what a race there for Stephen Love. No love lost there, Jack.
Excuse the pun. Well, I'm sure Conor would have loved to take that win. You know, think of the anniversary that the family had yesterday in the Isle of Man with the patent of Mike Brown in the Joe Miller colours, 40 years since Eugene's passing. And good to see Conor back here today to race.
Yeah, Conor was over at the Isle of Man,
Yes,
wasn't he, before the...
Yes, number of the McDonalds were there.
Oh, fair play. Conor McDonald, as you say, it would have been nice there, but
Yes.
a podium's as good as any.
And the only thing about second is the first runner-up, isn't it?
You're being polite again. It's the first loser, isn't it? Second's the first loser. That's what I was always told. So great result there for Richard McLaughlin once again, and a 59.4, his fastest lap of the day. Second place in the Superbike Cup was Jonathan Gregory from Simon Hewitt. Fourth was Michael Press. Fifth, Alan Armstrong. Almantas Monteves in sixth. Scott Clements had to settle for seventh after a good battle with that group. Eighth was Alan McCaffrey and Andrew McRae in ninth. 10th was Robert Toner and Mark Shields 11th. Pre-injection 600 then, Stephen Love taking the win over Conor McDonald, only just across the line. Third place was Trevor Elliott, who got booed at the start of that race. He looked promising, but unfortunately it just wasn't meant to be. Fourth was Johnny Irwin. Next up then, the Crown Prince of Kirkistown Super Sport race. This is again a 10-lapper, race 15 in your programme. That will be followed by the Super Sport Cup B race. Mute that.
In your programme, the Big 3 Series Crown Prince of Kirkistown Super Sport, sponsored by Charles Horse Motorcycle Village. And it was Corey McCreevy in race 1. Took the checker flag from Christian Elgin by 7.8 seconds. Rob McCauley third. The first of the Cup riders in a brilliant fourth place, Francesco Ferraldo. Ross Martin fifth. Gary Scott sixth. William Donnelly seventh. Ruben Sherman by 8. Alex Duncan ninth. And competing in the top 10, Warren Knowles.
So the final klaxon is sounded. The tire warmers come off. Corey McGreevy just looking over to Christian Elgin's machine there. But that ZX6 McAdoo Kawasaki working for him today. So here we go then. Feraldo, first machine out on track, followed by Wayne Knowles, Kyle Martin, and the rest of the Bell Bike Sport B&W machines. Evan Larkin way through there. Dixon on the JMC racing machine. A few latecomers there, lucky there for Irwin.
So within the Big 3 Series, Crown Prince, Corey McCreevy. McCreevy has 3 wins from 3 starts.
So I think Carl Phillips making an appearance in this one. I don't know what happened to him in the first race. I think he may be concentrating on the Superbike and then getting out for the final time on the Super Sport machine. So if he is there, there's Carl Phillips. So he starts. This is going to be interesting, Jack. So
Third
Carl
row of the
Phillips,
grid.
10th, lines up in
Yeah.
10th place. Can't get over that helmet, Jack.
Ah.
The Gary Jess replica helmet, amazing, love it.
It's memories, you know, when you see helmets like that, you know, it's like you see, when you see the like of the Ray McCullough replica that's worn by, you know, you see the different replica helmets. It's credit to the riders that they do replicate those helmets. So the green
Absolutely.
flag is up, who's going to get the whole shot? Oh, McCreevy. He's looking on the far side of the grid.
Quick start there, Kyle Martin pushed out to the right hand side of the track
McCreevy
there.
sweeps right around them. Elkin sweeps into second.
Oh, it looks like McGreevy is going to disappear with this one once again through Colonials 1 and 2. A wee flick left, short shifting over that bump on the inside. And then down a gear for Fisherman's. Again, late apex, long right-hander, tipping the limiter just before the tip in to the chicane.
Greavy with the right foot trailing the ground as he breaks into the chicane.
Oh,
Just
listen
look
to
at
that.
that gap he's pulled already.
That wee ZX6 machine is screaming its head off here. And look at Carl Phillips already up in the 4th place, Jack. And looking like he's going to take an all position. He is indeed. So Carl Phillips straight away up into 3rd in this race. Corey McGreevy then across the line, followed by Christian Elgin, Carl Phillips, Ross Martin, Rob McCauley, William Donnelly, Feraldo, Alex Duncan, Gary Scott, Ruben Sherman Boyd, Simon McCullough, Kyle Martin, Alex O'Grady, Joey Hennessy, Jamie Dixon, Nicky Burns, Jordan Larkin. What a start there for Ross Martin as well, up into 4th, just behind Carl Phillips.
And just for Feraldo in 7th place, leading the cup. In 13th, Alex O'Grady 2nd. Then in 14th is Joey Hennessy. He's 3rd in the cup. And just behind him is Jamie Dixon. He's the 4th cup rider.
You can just hear the engine note of that ZX6 machine just nearly bouncing coming out of the chicane as it's squealing for grip. The caddy there of Ross Martin. I think he's going to... Rob McCauley looking away past Ross Martin now at the hairpin. So Corey McGreevy across the line.
56.2 for McGreevy.
Carl Phillips starting to claw in Christian Elkin now, so the gap's down to 1.3 seconds. Christian Elkin a further 2 seconds back from Corey McGreevy, but Carl Phillips is chasing his teammate.
And Elkin that time 56.917. Carl Phillips 56.818.
Once he gets dialed in, you can see that gap is already down on the entrance of the chicane, and there's the power back out of it on this long back straight here. So the two Ducatis thundering past the pit lane cafe. Looks like Corey McGreevy still a 56.2 last time for Corey McGreevy. So he's maintaining this race well.
And again, it's a 10-lap race, folks. Oh, it's a gap down between Phillips and Elkin is 1.09. Again, McGreevy, 56.191 from McGreevy.
Rob McCauley looking away past Ross Martin. Still, he's holding his own in this one. So he's getting on well with the Ducati, the new machinery this season. Back towards the chicane then. Corey McGreevy looking so comfortable on that McAdoo racing machine. But the two Bell Bike Sport BMW racing bikes in behind. Corey McGreevy missing the gear there. But look at Carl Phillips.
Yes.
Carl Phillips closing in Christian Elkin.
1.090 the last time.
It's definitely less than a second now, Jack, as they come back down towards us. Corey McGreevy well out in front now.
Only 0.672. Carl Phillips is behind Christian Elkin.
See Ross Martin still holding off Rob McCauley, but watch William Donnelly. So William Donnelly is a well-seasoned rider now, and he'll know exactly what to do in front there. Them two are going to get themselves tied, and that's no doubt Rob McCauley and Ross Martin, the two young cubs out in front. William Donnelly just waiting to pounce there on his R6 Yamaha.
So Feraldo, the first of the Cup riders in 7th. Sherman Boyd is 10th, and Simon McCullough is 11th. Alex O'Grady is second in the Cup in 12th place. And Jamie Dixon third in 14th place. So the gap the last time between Phillips and it's definitely visibly closer. I'm 6.72.
Carl
It's down
Phillips.
half that. 6.72 to 3.10.
You can see there by their body line, it's still a wee bit windy out there. You can see their heads buffeting about as Carl Phillips goes for a tight line through Colonials 1 to try and set the bike up nice and early to get the drive to Fisherman's.
You can see Phillips' confidence there. You know, the two big superbike wins. He's just flowing. Everything is just flowing with him.
Here we go then. So he has to, well, I'll say he has to take it easy on his teammate, but I don't think he will.
Oh, no.
The two of them are as hard as each other here, and the fight and battle and race is hard as they break into the hairpin. Carl with the wide line. But no stopping this man. Corey McGreevy. 56.4 that time for Corey McGreevy. The gap up back to Chris Nelgan is 4.5 seconds. Carl Phillips only 0.2 off his teammate.
So Corey has increased his lead over Christian, and Carl Phillips has cut the gap between him and Christian Elkin. 6 laps gone of 10.
And the race further back, Ross Martin in 4th place holding off Rob McCauley. He started the gap McCauley now, 0.3 of a second. So William Donnelly, if he can get past McCauley, that gives Ross Martin a good chance for this 4th place. So Carl Phillips with Christian Elgin. As you said earlier, it's okay catching a rider, it's getting past him is the difficult bit. No one getting past this man, McGreevy. He crosses line, another 56.4. Talk about consistency.
Yeah, so Christian Elkin has squeezed another little bit on that lap. 0.306 the gap between him and Carl Phillips. So Ross Martin
faster again on that last lap. Here he comes across the line. He's lost a bit of time.
But look at Feraldo's time, 58.611.
That would have been good for at least 4th place. He would have been behind his teammate Carl Phillips there, just ahead of Ross Martin. But it's getting it off the line is the problem. So the leader's back at the hairpin. Carl Phillips still tucked in behind Elgate.
Feraldo's best lap is actually better than the 3 above him.
Yeah. Elgate looking really sharp now. He's looking menacing out there. And so he should. That was Elgate's fastest lap of 56.8 compared to Carl Phillips' 56.9. So Elgate really starting to get the head down now. He knows his teammates in behind him. He's opened up that gap again, 0.4 of a second. But it looks like Carl Phillips has responded to that.
The last lap flag has been ready. Just doesn't seem to close it. As you say, I doubted his team orders there anyway. Doubted.
Jordan Larkin away through there. He's currently in 16th, just behind Nicky Burns. And there's the leader, Corey McGreevy. Christian Algan still holding off his teammate Carl Phillips.
Half the gap, 4.09 the last time, 2.67 this time.
Nothing in it at all. Is there team orders in? That's what I would like to know. And Chris Nelgan chasing this championship as well. With Carl Phillips missing the first race for whatever reason. Will he stay in behind Elgate? He looks like he's closed that gap right back up again. So he's on the back wheel of Elgate on the exit of the chicane. Can he get it down? Can he get the power down? Can he get in the slipstream? Past the pit lane cafe then. Your leader.
Oh, he's up the inside.
Oh, he's making a move. He pushes him out wide. Can he get it turned? Here comes your leader. Corey McGreevy, Magadoo racing.
Philip the second.
Takes the win. Oh, Carl Phillips.
Oh,
Carl Phillips getting the better of Elkie at the hairpin. Taking second place. Chris and Elkin in third. He was waiting for that one, Jack, wasn't he? He was waiting for that.
so we wait as Ross Martin, William Donnelly.
Oh, he pulled away. In the end, Ross Martin pulled away from Rob McCauley, and William Donnelly getting the better of McCauley for 5th place. 7th was from Francesco Ferraldo.
He takes the cup win.
Gary Scott finishes in 8th. 9th is Reuben Sherman Boyd.
Alex Duncan should be next.
That's Simon McCulloch.
Culloch, yeah. Alex Duncan.
There's Alex Duncan
Yes,
across
Alex
the
O'Grady
line.
got the head of him there. Alex Grady second in the cup and 11th overall. Jamie Dixon third in the cup and 13th overall. Fastest lap of the race to Corey McGreevy, 56.191, 96.870 miles per hour.
So last race of the day then, ladies and gentlemen, the Super Sport Cup B race over 8 laps, race 16 in your programmes. The final race of the Big 3 Series.
So we need a transponder return there from the Motor 1 for number 972, Cooper Culhune. And we also need one back from Andrew McRae, number 937, also in the, that's in the Superbike Cup. So Motor 1 972, excuse me, Cooper Culhune. And in the Superbike Cup, Andrew McRae, number 937. Superbike Cup, Andrew McRae, number 937. Please, we could return your transponders, please. I made sure I parked my car out there this time to get a clean run out. I parked it behind that white van.
Get to your birthday party.
Fucking keep diplomatic relations, right?
Need to get ahead of that traffic light.
Huh?
Need to get ahead of the traffic.
The assistant clerk of the course on the button for the klaxon. So the gate is now open, Kira Cahoon. The beautiful colour scheme.
Dean Graham squeezing out in front of her. Who said Chevrolet's dead? And there's young Boyd. We'll be keeping a close eye on Boyd here, Christopher Boyd.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So the Superbike Cup plays Andrew Superbike Cup, Andrew McRae, please, your transponder. So this is the final race of the B&D's Big 3 Series. Don't forget the grand finale is on Saturday the 5th of September. Back here at Kirkistown.
So big grid for this one then. The last race of the day. The Supersport Cup headed off by Evan Larkin in pole from Christian Boyles. Third is Harry McAleese. Fourth, Ewan McGlynn. Fifth, Dean Graham. Barry Gosson in sixth. Seventh, Ciara Cahoon. Eighth, James Porter. Ninth, Michael Clyde. Chris Simpson in 10th. Carlton Bell in 11th. 12th is Kane Bell. 13th, Sam Craig. Jamie Sloan in 14th. 15th, Davy Duffy. 16th, Dale Liggett. 17th, Xavier Lagurig. 18th, Anthony Foley. 19th, Lewis Crompton. And 20th, Ethan Beattie. So Evan Parks is ZX6 in pole position. Christian Boyles.
Christian Boyle. I think a little bit of confusion with
I
this.
know. He was thinking he was in third.
So we wait for the green flag goes up at the back. Watch the lights. The revs go up and away they go. And it's Harry McAleese.
McGlynn got a good start there
Yes.
too. Slides into second place. Ciara Cahoon. Oh, Evan Larkin going backwards. And he's going to try and make it up through Colonials 1 on the brakes. As they all tip it in safely through Colonials 1 and 2. Heading towards Fisherman's End. Huge grid of machines for this one. So it may have been Christian Boyles getting the whole shot in that one as they exit the chicane out onto the back straight then. It is indeed Christian Boyles in the lead list. Oh, Evan Larkin making all that time back. Let's see McGlynn.
All right, okay.
Owen McGlynn pushing hard into the hairpin, trying to make the most of that group. In behind him, but it's Christian Boyles from Evan Larkin in second place. 1-4-1, it's Harry McAleese. McGlynn getting pushed right back to 5th place there. But Harry McAleese squeezing his way up into 3rd. 4th, Ciara Cahoon. Owen McGlynn in 5th. 6th, Michael Clyde. Dean Graham 7th. 8th, Barry Gosson. Carlton Bell 9th. 10th, Davy Duffy. Chris Simpson in 9th. 11th. 12th is Kane Bell. Jamie Sloan 13th. Then we have Sam Craig, Dale Liggett, Anthony Foley, Xavier, Louis Crompton, Ethan Beattie and Max Gaston. Through the chicane, it's still Christian Boyles coming out of it. No, it's not. It's Evan Larkin. So Evan Larkin on the ZX6 machine, getting the better of Christian Boyles through the chicane. Breaking into the hairpin once again. So Evan Larkin with a bit of a gap now from Christian Boyles. He worked hard on that last lap. He comes through 0.5 of a second over Christian Boyles. Owen McGlynn up into 3rd place again after that. It was a good start that he had, but he just dropped back once again. Back down into 5th place, but he's up into 3rd ahead of Harry McAleese and Ciara Cahoon.
Evan Larkin with a 101.107 and the gap to Boyles 0.532 of a second. With Lynn now 2 seconds behind Christian Boyles, I beg your pardon. Harry McAleese and Ciara Cahoon in close company.
So Christian Boyles with a 102.2 on his last lap, but he looks like he's staying with Evan Larkin here, although there is a bit of a gap as they scream their way past the pit lane cafe, back into the hairpin then. Down into 2nd gear, 1st or 2nd gear, depending on the preference. Evan Larkin across the line, faster again from Larkin. But look at Christian Boyles' time. He's bringing Christian Boyles with him. Christian Boyles a second quicker that time round on 1 minute point 5. Evan Larkin a 1 minute point 4.
The gap 0.655 of a second. McLean, McAleese, Cahoon, Clyde, Graham, Gaston, Dell and Simpson. They're your top 10.
Back at the chicane, it actually looks like Christian Boyles has upped it a cog.
And a beautiful summer's evening now, Garrett.
Absolutely, the windmills aren't spinning as quickly as what they were. The one in front of us, anyway. So into the hairpin.
0.6 the gap the last time.
It's definitely closed up this time. If he can get good drive on, let's start and finish straight, he'll be able to stay with it. But he runs wide on the exit over the bumpy section of that track, and he's definitely lost a wee bit of time.
Boyle is the fastest lap so far, 1:00, but it's still 0.637 of a second.
He was right with him at the hairpin, but the problem is if you run too wide on the exit of the hairpin, it gets very bumpy and the bikes start to move about.
There's so many little technical things on the track that a lot of the ordinary good folk can't see. It's only when you're on that bike you know exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's even to the point where the riders are actually they're not even sitting on the bike, where they're squatting coming out of the legs of the hairpin just to absorb them bumps that wee bit. And people watching the sidelines, it is difficult to see. So Christian Boyles on the brakes then into the hairpin. He closes him right back up again, but he loses it all on the exit.
0.637 the last time for Boyle.
Oh, he's got better drive this time round.
0.236, Garrett.
Fastest lap again for Boyles, a 1 minute point 037. So Evan Larkin again. He may have thought he could get away with this one, but he's not. Christian Boyles isn't giving up. He's pulled him right back in again. The two Bell Bike Motorsport BMW racing machines together there. That's Carton and Kane away through. They make their way back down towards us there. Wee bit of a gap opened up now between Evan Larkin and Christian Boyles. Further back then, great battle. It's just in behind. That looks like Ciara Cahoon, Dean Graham, Barry Gaston through there.
Oh yes, it's pulled out a small bit. It was 0.236, now it's 0.559. The gap between Larkin and Boyles. Owen McLean is 7 seconds behind Harry McAleese. 1.3. Michael Clyde is 15. Graham is 6. Ciara Cahoon has been relegated to 7th.
Barry Gaston just at the back of that group. They're having a real good battle. That's Dale Leggett away through there. Samuel Craig. Again, we'll look back towards the leaders. Christian Boyles just reeling in Evan Larkin ever so slightly. Boyles looking away. He's just staying in behind Evan Larkin. He might have had a chance there on the brakes, but he's just opting to stay in behind Larkin.
He's got a good drive into the corner. He's coming around the outside of him.
Oh, that'll be a lot they ask for up the inside of Deaders. Oh, Evan Larkin closes the door.
Yeah, 0.68. Christian Boyles, fastest lap. First one inside the 1 minute. 59.870 for Christian Boyles.
That's a fast lap for a Supersport Cup rider. For a Supersport bike, never mind a Cup rider, that's a fast lap. So again,
last lap flag is fluttering there in the wind, so they out of the chicane together. They have a clear run in front of them.
He's got one more chance.
Yes,
look at the drive he's got here now.
He's going for the outside line. Will he make it stick?
He's on the wrong side of the track for this one, Christian Boyles, but he cuts in front of Evan Larkin. He goes defensive, and can he get the drive out? He's on that newer machine, and he does, and he pulls away So the win goes to Christian Boyles. Evan Larkin had to settle for second place. Fastest lap for Boyles as he crosses the line, a 59.7. Evan Larkin in second, a 1 minute point 1 was his best time.
Owen McGinn third, Harry Michael Lee's fourth. Then the quartet behind them. Dean Graham.
Oh, Dean Graham getting the better of Michael Clyde on that last lap as well.
Barry Gaston relegating Kirkistown further down to 8th. But still the times there, Garrett, 59.791. Really, really hot time.
There was absolutely nothing in it there between Dean Graham. Right, it was Dean Graham in 5th to Keir Cahoon in 8th place. Carlton Bell pulled away from Kane on the last couple of laps for 9th place. Kane Bell 10th, 11th. Chris Simpson. Then we have Jamie Sloan, Dale Liggett, Samuel Craig in 14th. Xavier Legruz across the line in 15th. 16th, Lewis Crompton. 17th, Anthony Foley. 18th, Ethan Beattie. And 19th, Max Gaston. Wow. What a day, Jack. What a day racing for the Ulster Superbike Championship. And what a day for the Belfast and District Motor Club for their Big 3 series. Never fail to impress.
And excellent. And we look, not even 20 past 5. Super job, lads. Super job. Well done. 16 races and all the qualifications. 8 qualifications, that's 24. Nearly like the old Academy days with 30 odd races.
And different heats. And
Oh, yeah.
yes, so well done to the club and everybody involved. And of course, the marshals, the flag marshals, the paramedics. It was a very busy day for everyone. The scrutineers, absolutely everyone involved. And of course, the riders and the teams for making it such a good day for everyone to watch.
You know, Garrett, we love to see the crowds here, and there's no doubt about it. Easter Monday is always a very traditional crowd pleaser. But the difference today that helped the club in a lot of ways, we did speak about earlier on, is not crossing the track and the delays that it costs and delays, and then the riders behaving themselves, getting into their grid positions in time.
Absolutely.
And fair play to those for doing that. It helped the club no end, and it makes everyone's day an awful lot easier, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Yeah. It does indeed. The lack of delays and the quick work turnaround from the marshals, it definitely made it.
So I know the Super Sport Cup riders are only going in, but if the team of Anthony Foley, number 173 in the Super Sport Cup, Richard would be delighted if you could return your transponder back to him, please. So Garrett, it's been a good day, some very, very close racing. 1 red flag, all good, and good to see it. You're back on duty in 2 weeks' time. I'm at Kells the following week, so busy time. So thanks very much for your hospitality and your sidekick here on his cameras. I noticed he kept all the donuts to himself today.
He did. The donuts disappeared very quickly, didn't they? No, but thanks very much, Jack. And always great to have you. Always great to work with you. And the facts that you have are priceless. I can't keep all that in my head myself. So thanks very much, Jack. And as I say, thanks very much to everyone involved and any of the riders that were injured. I think everyone walked away anyway, didn't they? So thanks very much to all the riders, the teams, for entertaining us today, the club, all the marshals, absolutely everybody involved. And again, the transponder of Anthony Foley, if that could be returned as quickly as you can. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, Jack, you're in Kells. You're going to Kells next week.
2 weeks' time.
2 weeks' time, Kells.
Sorry. No, it's 3 weeks.
3 weeks' time. So we'll have Tandragee coming up very soon.
Yeah. Where are we here?
And just don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the Classic Bike Festival on the 7th, 8th and 9th of August. So get yourself there. Put that one in the diary. Fantastic weekend. And we're all looking forward to that. So next weekend, the 20th of June, we'll be back here at Kirkistown. Don't forget your entries. Fill them out online. And we'll see you then. And we're back at Tandragee for the 26th and 27th.
Yeah, we have Kells is on the Saturday the 20th and Sunday the 21st of June. Road slows on Saturday 11 o'clock and Sunday 8 o'clock. So that the first of the Southern Road races since 2022.
Wow.
Gareth, you know, it's been a tough struggle. You know, there was an awful lot of criticism on social media about the work that was done behind, but we had the MCOI president and the MCOI president at our launch a few weeks ago, and the work that they've done behind to see us to get the insurance where it is. 34,000 euros for insurance for Skerries and Kells at the minute. That's a lot of dollars.
That's scary.
A lot of dollars. But anyway, look, as we go ahead, I know from my own point of view, we can thank Country Crest for their massive sponsorship to us over the years. And in Kells have CC Unlimited's there, title sponsor, another great sponsor. Without these cars, like Horse Motorcycle Centre here, you know yourself from racing how much sponsorship is needed, really, and support for riders, for clubs, for all the teams. Anyway, that's my rant over, Gareth.
Good man.
I have to head home for a party.
That's it. Every little helps. Not too many. You get your virgin cocktails then.
Yes,
Jack,
yes.
Tonight.
Anthony Foley, please, we need your transponder back, and I'll sign off. I'm going to leave Gareth to close the door behind me. And again, folks, thanks very much. We'll see you again shortly.
Yes, absolutely, folks. Thanks very much, Jack. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, safe home and keep the racing to the tracks. And we'll see you here again on the 20th of June.
That's the final set of results, and all the transponders are back.
Lovely, thank you.
Sorry,
Yes.
can you repeat that?
For help.
No, thank you.
You need these.
Attention, Mark Kilpatrick. Can you please make your way to the base of the control tower? That's Mark Kilpatrick. Mark Kilpatrick. You're wanted in the...